no te lo damos. Y si no te lo damos. Para el
Stay here, yeah. Hello, everyone. Just to let you know, we're gonna start kind of like getting set up. People are gonna still coming in because it's the break, but let's just get started. Considering that we only have 55 minutes. Okay. Hello, everyone. Thank you so much for being here. My name is Jorge Vargas. I'm Senior Director of Community Investment and Partnerships at the Foundation, meaning I'm in charge of our grant-making portfolio, partnerships, and supporting the GRDC, AFCOM, and the regional fund committees. I've also been taking the lead in 2 of the pilots that were proposed by the Board of Trustees when the movement charter was not ratified in 2024, including the creation and testing of a global resource distribution committee and the redefinition of an affiliate strategy, which is what was the genesis for what we're going to be presenting and discussing today, which is what we're now calling the movement ecosystem strategy. So I'm assuming that if you're here, it's because you have been reading the proposal that was shared. You have been already having conversations about what is all of this. So I'm just gonna jump to some of the things that we wanted to start with as questions that we've been asked already, not just this week, but along the time in which we've been having this discussion for the last months. So why are we proposing these changes? What's the whole rationale behind suggesting an affiliation strategy, or why the board suggested the creation of this in 2024? In 25 years that we're celebrating, the movement has just been growing and growing and growing, and what models were created 10, 15 years ago are no longer as relevant or as functional for where we are. So we are more diverse, we're more geographically distributed, we have a lot of different groups now, different intentions, different identities that need to be addressed. The expectations for what an affiliate is are different from what they were 15 years ago, which was the last time that the focus areas for affiliates were defined. Some affiliates, as we've been growing and as more and more groups have been coming in, there's just a lot of affiliates where I think, and I would love to see if we all agree on that part, there's affiliates that are overlapping focus. There are groups that are operating, sometimes stepping their toes inadvertently or not. And we all know, and this is beating the dead horse, there's all these global trends right now that are making us rethink how do we operate as a movement. Here, I would say that it's not about why this happened, who to blame, how do we do it. I think the fact that so many groups were recognized, the fact that we didn't really have a lot of structure to say no or yes to things. We in the foundation recognize that we clearly contributed on our part of why we're here. And at the same time, that's why we're saying, okay, this is the time to come for change. Thank you, I forgot that I had that thing. So a couple of things that also to start with, questions that we've heard. So key clarifications, things that we have been hearing we want to start with. Number 1, why are we asking the board to approve this in September? So the whole point is that what's going to be presented to the board in September is focused on what they tasked the foundation to do around the affiliate purpose and the focus areas, the criteria and the requirements for affiliate tiers, and an updated charter for the affiliations committee. When we presented the proposal that was shared earlier on versions with the GRDC, with AFCOM, the board, and the EDs, and later on with the movement at large before Wikimania, we were putting forward a proposal that also talked about funding, connection to funding, how those tiers connected to that. But what really needs to be approved to move forward is the section or the portion around affiliation. The rest needs to be continued to be discussed, and we'll get to more of that later. How have community bodies improved this proposal so far? So as I shared earlier, this proposal, and emphasis on proposal, emphasis on draft, has been shared with different groups earlier on that what was proposed on Meta and what we'll be reshaping again after Wikimania. So there's been, since the resolution of the board in 2024, a lot of different elements that we've been integrating. AFCOM gave us a proposal in 2025 after a year-long process of what they thought should be the reform of AFCOM and the affiliation strategy. A focus group was done. We've had initial conversations with AFCOM, with the GRDC, with the board. I'm not saying that that has been enough. In the contrary, I think that we could and we should have been doing more, but this is where we are. Like, we have been trying to integrate all of this. And lastly, how will we continue to engage community and feedback today? We want to start doing more open office hours with folks for Q&As. We want to, like, after this consultation period, identify what are the points of disagreement, how are we harmonizing and integrating the grant-making proposal built by the GRDC with what this proposal has been done, how are we refining the funding levels, connecting the dots, right? Like, how are we moving forward? And for those that were in the GRDC session 2 days ago, that was also part of, like, what we were saying, right? Like, the grant-making strategy was proposed. How do we integrate those? Sorry, the whole point of this was to be able to be there. So with that, I'm going to pass it to Rebecca Mong, my colleague who has been taking the lead here. Jean-Bart?
Sorry, I have one really important question.
Yes.
I think. Why September?
Should I?
So this has been building up over years. Why September? Why not give it a proper timing and make sure it happens after the GRDC has, for example, finished their work? Why rush now in a period where everyone's busy or burned out after Wikimania?
I'm going to pass it to Becky.
So hi, I'm Rebecca Mong. I manage the Community Impact and Analytics team at the foundation. So the reason why now, the Movement Ecosystem Project has been basically trying to find a better system for affiliation to figure that out during the AFCOM pause on recognition. We were supposed to announce something in January in time for the lifting of that pause. We said we're not ready yet, let's move it back. And coming up to our next pause lift that we committed to was in September, and we can't keep affiliates, people who want to become affiliates waiting. So that's why now, and why all at the same time. I do want to clarify that what we're putting in front of the board are changes to affiliation, the focus, the purpose, the criteria for affiliates, and updating that. That's what's going in front of the board. Changes to funding are something that we're continuing to workshop over the next couple of years, and no changes to funding are actually going into effect until July of 2028 at the earliest. So I just want to clarify that. We're going to have some time for discussion and questions as well, so I just want to make sure we get through this first 10 minutes because I don't want to be talking at you for longer than I need to. What are we trying to accomplish with this plan? So for affiliates, we want for affiliates to better understand the role of affiliates in the movement. We want clearer expectations for them as they grow, and if they grow, if that's something that they want to do. For our funding ecosystem, we want to better align funding mechanisms and organizational capacities. This was a recommendation that we heard repeatedly with some of the early community consultations that were done with AFCOM, with focus groups, that a tiered system for affiliates where funding was connected to organizational maturity and capacity was something that the movement needed. For the movement, we're working toward a healthier ecosystem where organizations don't compete with each other, but they complement each other in their focus and their function. So just to clarify a few things, what the model does is try to clarify expectations, defining roles and responsibilities for affiliates. We've got pretty old and outdated understanding of what affiliates are and should do. We're also trying to create clear funding pathways and paths to transition between those different tiers of responsibility that will be linked to funding. We're also trying to introduce more consistent accountability criteria. Right now, we have a lot of user groups that are accessing general support funds, and while many of them are operating very, very well, they also they don't have to adhere to anything but user group criteria, which is a very, very different set of governance and organizational criteria than many of these user groups actually are functioning with. What we are not doing, and I want to be very, very clear about this is not a proposal to cut the community fund. That is not part of the plan. This is not a money-saving attempt. That is not part of this proposal. We are also not trying to reduce the number of affiliates just to reduce the number of affiliates. We have no interest in that. So we'd also like to still allow new groups to form. This isn't trying to prevent new groups from forming. We have rapid funds and a project fund that in theory would allow groups to move up if that's something that they want to do. We also are not requiring groups to professionalize. This has been something when we talk through different phases of organizational health, that when we create clear capacity paths, that there also is an expectation sometimes that user groups might not want to professionalize, and they might want to stay informal. That's also fine. There is space for those types of organizations in our ecosystem, but they're very important. This also, as I mentioned, is not going to impact funding eligibility immediately. And also, this is not placing hubs within the tier framework. We talk about hubs in the movement ecosystem proposal because this is something that will be under the remit of AFCOM to recognize. They are complementary to affiliates. They're not any type of super affiliate that you would need to be within that tier system. Thank you. All right. So we have made a number of changes so far based on early rounds of feedback that Jorge mentioned. So first, one thing we rethought was the leadership body composition for both, well, mostly for chapters and thematic organizations. There are some best practices in terms of leadership body composition with outside expertise in addition to Wikimedians, but changing requirements for chapters and thematic organizations, we heard very loud and clear that that's something that's really difficult for a lot of chapters and thematic organizations to do, and that we should not be requiring a composition of the body of the governing bodies for affiliates. That's something that we have changed. We also have made the guidelines for movement partner funding much more explicit than it was in the original proposal. We've also been narrowing the scope of events that are most appropriate for tracking via the event registration tool. And this is something that's not reflected in what's on Meta at this particular point. But just based on conversations we've been having here and some of the conversations and exchanges on Meta, we're thinking through a way we might be able to build something on the back end of our data system to be able to allow a centralized data source that still solves some of our reporting challenges without asking all affiliates to move to a central system for actually reporting. So that's something that we're working towards. I'm excited to keep talking about folks with that. Also, and this is something that's been coming out of conversations that we've been having this week as well, I think we're also exploring whether having a single funding cap for the general support is even appropriate. If we should just leave this up to regional funds committees to set based on their region, if they deem that appropriate, that's also something we're looking into as well. And the purpose of this is to continue collecting feedback like this, so we can also continue to integrate this and make this proposal better for the affiliate ecosystem. Thank you. All right, so a couple of clarifying points about implementation, because we've had some of those questions come up on Meta. So an audit, if this gets approved by the Board of Trustees, we would begin an audit. AFCOM would execute this with direct support by Wikimedia Foundation staff. Another team Jorge and I work with is the community operations team that directly supports AFCOM, the GRDC, and the RFCs. So that team and my team would support this process. We would determine whether existing affiliates are meeting the updated criteria and whether their focus overlaps with that of another affiliate. Then any affiliates that might be impacted by changes or that might have might not be meeting any of these criteria will be notified by March 15th. We'll let them know exactly what part of the criteria we see a challenge with and why, and then we will work with those affiliates to determine the best path forward. For many of them, it might be, this is exactly the area of organizational capacity. Here is what you can do over the next 6 to 12 months to get there, and we'll help you get there. For others, it might be you can anticipate a change in your funding eligibility. There might be a path to figure that out. There might not. We're going to work with each affiliate. So the PO and the foundations and the community operations team will be points of contact for any affiliate who might be experiencing this change. Sure. Sorry, I'm trying to, so it was not a, it was a slow down your talking question, not a topical one. And a good point, thank you. Just trying to get through this so we have some time to discuss. So we will be assisting all affiliates and grantees who will be affected with this. That's part of the reason why we have almost a 2-year sort of landing period for us to get there. And I think also it's important for me to say here, if we get to the 27-28 fiscal year, and it feels like we've got affiliates or potential affiliates who we might not get to in that time, and we need to extend the time it's going to take us to actually implement any funding changes, we will do that. I don't think it's really fair to ask unreasonable things of groups and then not give them the time to actually meet any of these requirements. So, and last, I know I've said this a couple of times, but funding changes will only be effective after July 1st of 2028. They will not go into effect any sooner than that date. All right. So like I said, I think I'm done with the content of this. I just want to emphasize, we really want your feedback. We're asking for it here in this room today, and Caro will lead us somewhere will lead us through a round of feedback here. Also, if you haven't had a chance to review it on Meta, I'm guessing most of you have, but if you have not or have not left any comments, we really invite you to do that on Meta. That is a very useful space for us to understand where people see challenges and concerns and where things can be clarified even more. So with that, I think I'm going to pass it over to Karel to lead us through a round of discussion.
Yeah, so we will do Q&A now for questions of clarity and understanding. I will give about 8 minutes for this. Then we will have small group discussions, and at the end of the session, people can also kind of provide feedback from a discussion, share their concerns. So there are 2 slots for raising the things in a big room. We will be documenting things also in the sticky notes. In the back of the room, we have 3 areas marked out. One of them is around the affiliate purpose and the focus of affiliates. And then we have the general affiliate tier model, which is really about the affiliate accountabilities related to the level of organization. And then we have separated out the funding questions to the point made that earlier in the GRDC session, in the discussions we've had, we will take the funding questions especially back to the funding strategy with the GRDC and discuss that separately. So we'll take all the feedback back to this conversation. And like Jorge said, the September decision will not be about funding as we are in the process of working on the funding strategy. So that's why we are collecting this information separately. So if you're writing down, you will get sticky notes also. So if you're writing down, please separate the focus purpose questions, the general tier and accountability questions, and then the funding questions, so it's easier to work on the material. So now 8 minutes for questions and answers, and then we'll get to small group discussions. So I think. Yeah, so actually I think Dumisani was first, then here, here Clara, and then you, I saw here. Claudia was actually the first from previous one, so I will go to Claudia, and then I will start around here.
If I can make a request to please introduce yourself before your question, and also cognizant of time, let's just try to keep the questions as brief as possible so we can move to the exercise that will allow more people to discuss. Go ahead, Claudia.
Yeah, so before we dive into the details, I actually want to go back to the process one more time because it's still not clear to me. So I'm Claudia, Executive Director of Wikimedia Austria and President of Wikimedia Europe. And I really, everywhere here in this conference, we feel a sense of urgency that there are things out there that are really important that we work towards. At the same time, this proposal was dropped on us before the GRDC put out their strategy. Now that the strategy is out, it becomes clear that this is really not aligned. We already spent a lot of time leading up to Wikimania that we could have spent on I don't know, how we face AI and all the other challenges, looking into this, making up our minds. And now you expect us after Wikimania, when we are all pretty exhausted, some people are on holidays and whatever, or traveling or being jet-lagged, to meet this deadline, to do even more. And each and every single one of us, every affiliate, every region needs to coordinate around this. Instead of that, we just say, go back to the drawing board, please. The GRDC needs to make sure this is aligned, because I don't see how you can get the funding out of the affiliate thing. It's so intertwined. I really want to see how you're going to do that, to say, there is nothing about funding being decided in September. So my plea would really be, please, don't waste movement resources in that scale on something like this.
Thank you.
I think there was a comment, not a question. So
Yeah,
should we move
but
to the
overall, I would stack the comments and questions as much as possible. So we hear in the main space as much as possible, and then maybe Jorge Beck, you want to make some comments afterwards. But let's get as many questions as possible in the main space. So Dumisani.
Hi, my name is Dumisani Dubane from Wikimedia South Africa. And I want to agree with Claudia. We don't have enough time between now. I literally read this yesterday. And even the little that I've read is super worrying me. Coming from the GRDC conversations into this, there's no connect between the two. We can't remove funding from the ecosystem. The ecosystem is enabled by funding. And between now and the 7th of August is not enough time for me to organize the communities in Africa and tell them this is happening and it's going to affect you. Over and above, even if there was enough time, what I've read worries me in two levels. The first one is that the indicators for a healthy affiliate is based on things that we have no control whatsoever on literacy, on population, on infrastructure, connectivity, and all of that is going to impact whether I am working as a good affiliate or not. Even if you say to me, okay, we have time to work on an equity index, for example, that means between the 7th of August and March next year, that equity index will be there. It will tell me if I'm working in a small language in Cameroon, that I'm not going to be judged the same way as Wikimedia Deutschland. I believe in you guys, but that's not enough time to do that and do it properly. So we really need to put some brakes on this and think carefully about what that means, because if we go through this, we are abandoning our focus on language because that's not going to be prioritized. We are abandoning our focus on diversity because we are not equal as organizations. And most importantly, we're abandoning our focus on transparency. I want to know if I get a calculated score that says I'm on tier 1, how did I get there? Can I do it myself? Can I verify myself? And I'm not seeing enough time for us to do that.
So if I may actually give a different perspective, as a president of a Bay Area Wikipedians who have been stuck without affiliations for now 2 years, we represent 400 Wikimedians and we don't get a voice because the affiliate recognition has been closed, paused. We didn't get through the first time. There were definitely issues with how the process was handled, but like 2 years. 400 Wikimedians, and we're not allowed to, like, if we're delaying this any further, if we're pausing this any further, that means that a lot of Wikimedians are staying without representations because a lot of us have been doing that work on the ground, and this is just not possible. We cannot you say like, okay, we need to be focusing on AI. I agree, and so we need the people who have been doing the work on the ground to get some kind of recognition, and so for that we need, like, I don't know, like, say that we don't have a new framework. The previous one wasn't working either. So like, we need to move forward. You can say like, we can revisit this later, but we can't be stuck in limbos like this. Like, this is a huge issue. Like, it means that we don't get access to funding. It means that we don't get, and I'm not even talking about the Wikimedia Foundation funding, but how do you go to an external funder and say, oh, by the way, we are not recognized by the Wikimedia movement, but we're Wikipedians and we'd like some funding. That just, like, this is just penalizing new groups, like, extremely disproportionately, and it's slowing us down as a movement at a time when we should be moving forward.
Hi, I'm Elena from Wikimedia France, Wikimedia LGBT, and Les 100 Pages LGBT. I actually have a question. The discussion we have today is based on the idea that overlapping scope are such a problem that you call it competition and you want to exterminate it at all. But isn't overlapping scopes a part of a healthy, decentralized community?
We have some online questions, so we quickly take them. I'll take Isha, then you, and then
There's two online questions.
Yep.
The first is, if time-bound funding, like 1 year only, but higher than rapid grant, require an applicant to be an affiliate, even for 1 year?
I can pass these right up there.
Yeah, sure. The second question is, what will happen, oh gosh, sorry, there's a third question now. What will happen to the Wikimedia Foundation grantees that are not affiliates? Movement strategy helped grow and sustain smaller movement partners, especially those advancing knowledge equality. Will the Wikimedia Foundation work with AFCOM on affiliation pathways for these organisations? In the past, AFCOM has denied affiliation to long-term Wikimedia Foundation grantees despite years of demonstrated impact. If the Wikimedia Foundation and AFCOM establish a clear, will the Wikimedia Foundation and AFCOM establish a clear, coordinated approach? And there is also a third question. If there are system that is not broken, why break it? For example, if there are several Wikimedia groups, including non-affiliates, in a country, but don't overlap each other, why do we force them to merge or one group to survive?
Yep, so can I speak? Yep. So hello, my name is Youngjin, and I'm the project manager at the senior project manager at the Wikimedia Korea, as well as the ESAP Hub Community Connector. So first of all, I before I say expect like the whatever the inspirations that I have, I want to say this like that there is like the kind of no communications before you guys send the informations, so that we just like the dropping this like the in certain points. So like that's why everyone's just like the saying like that somehow the question about a lot of concerns. That's like the kind of first things I want to mention about that. And secondly, I want to talk about like our regional perspective. First, I want to go to the Korean. There are like there are the many no-warriors about the pre-knowledge movement as well. First, there's a competitor called Namuiki that actually has like the lost. It is non-commercial and the private operated, but however that steals the audience because they more likely be attracting the Korean the audience by the editing and the policies are. I'm not going to detail explaining because we have shorter time. And secondly, the copyright awareness are a little bit low. So why saying this is these two blockers making somehow they're all the failed initiatives. We tried to our best and we tried our the resources to making some projects possible. However, it may become out to the lower outcomes with the outreach on the boardwalks, for example, or the workshops with the universities and the libraries. It's very difficult in the South Korea to actually making a partnership. So every country has different conditions, so that I think this might be having a little bit of concerns having the outcomes with the Western world that they're having aware about the Wikimedia more a lot. That's the second thing. And third, I think because the ESAB reason is the representing minorities in the the Wikimedia movement that until nowadays people have it as establishment. So it might be a little bit harder to us to actually getting the proper funding that we might be required because how they evaluate distribution of the funds might be difficult. Josh, do you want to add something?
I will talk slowly, don't worry.
Yes, thank you.
Actually, mine is a question. So I'm Josh Lim. I'm with the Wiki Society of the Philippines. My affiliate is a non-recognized affiliate. For context, to make it very brief, I'm the president of the former chapter that the foundation recognized 10 years ago. No water under the bridge. My question is, my understanding is that if there is going to be a movement towards consolidating affiliates in overlapping regions, I wanted to comment that in certain areas, yes, having many affiliates that overlap is an evidence of a functioning ecosystem. In others, like in my country and others, probably not so much. And so the question there is, if we're going to see affiliates, quote unquote, merge, does that only apply to, and you're going to get a consensus from other affiliates on this, is that only for the two recognized affiliates in my country? Are you including the other four, including the former chapter, that were there, that are unofficial? Would like to know more about this because there will be a lot of opposition in countries where there is a lot of disagreement with a recognized affiliate if we're going to all be merged into a recognized affiliate against our will, practically. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, I'm closing the line for feedback. So
I have.
Yeah, 1 second. I want to have diversity of perspectives. So there is a comment there. Christoph is right next to you, so you can provide your comments. I want to have CE perspective from the front and also LATAM perspective from the front. And then I would like to move on to the exercise. It's great to have this diversity of perspectives included. The timing is an issue. So.
Okay, thank you very much. My name is Bisi Alime. I'm the ED of Wikimedia LGBT. I think my question is very small and very practical. What assessment has been done to know the impact of this proposal on groups globally? So what I mean by that, how many groups will have to close in each region? And what will that be? One, impact on language, impact on minority groups, and impact on chapters. It would be nice to know how many groups will close in Africa, how many will close in ASEAP, how many will close in C, and what would that be on the movement within those regions. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Christoph. I'm affiliated to nothing right now. You are embarking in a 2 years process. In 2 years' time, we will have lost 30 to 40% of our traffic. So when you're done by the process will go to trash because the discussion will be, how do we survive now? And so basically you're creating a process that will waste the time of over 500 volunteers to try to manage it, that will not solve the situation directly for the people that are not recognized. It's taking a lot of space, energy, even to you, because you are like now writing all the notes and getting ready to answer to everything. And at the end, it will not bring us any closer to find solutions to the problem we have right now. And even worse, it's going to be wasting time, energy, psyche of people, create burns out at the moment where we just need to, consolidate, muster, and face what is outside. And so, just why? Let's stop. You recognize who needs to be recognized. Let's move on. We need to do things now. We don't need to talk about that.
Hi, Clara, Wikimedia Czech Republic and CE Hub 2. Yes, I would really love to have answer ideally today, but thanks to the proposed timeline, I really thanks for clarifying that the funding is not part of this. I didn't get this from the documents. So I would just to be sure, because we already get some feedback, but we want to gather more feedback from affiliates and the others. As I understood, this proposal will be the document presented to the Board of Trustees. So I need to know towards which documentation we should be supposed to get the feedback. And my understanding is that this feedback should be collected up to the 7th of August. So I would appreciate a clarification on that, because it's in 2 weeks, so we would really need to super speed up to meet this date, but I just want to be sure for us that this is the case.
Thank you. Hi, Patricia from Wikimedia Chile. Do you have an idea? I have two very short questions. Do you have an idea of how many pending affiliates or people who are waiting for a final decision of AFCOM could be eventually touched by this proposal? You said that there were a lot of people waiting for a definition on their situation, but with the previous rules, with the new rules, maybe that number wouldn't be the same. So that's what I would like to know. And the second question is, I didn't see it, but I wonder what happened with the partnership fund. If that's something that is still could be incorporated, because it disappeared eventually, the fund, the partnership fund. If eventually that could be, I don't know, how you say that? Exactly, run back, because maybe that's also an interesting way to keep funding aligned mission organizations that are not affiliates necessarily, that might not be in affiliates in this new model, but that are relevant for our movement. Thank you.
Okay, so I will hand to you for immediate clarifications. Maybe there are 1 or 2 points you want to make for clarity. I will start distributing the sticky notes where we can document, like, for everyone. It's a rather back room. We cannot hear from everyone in the main space. So I will start distributing them, and then I will give instructions for the deeper discussion. So immediate clarifications to Jorge and Peck if you have anything to say.
All right, so I'm going to start with a couple of clarification questions, just so we can get to the meatier stuff as well. I'm sorry. So for pending affiliates, I think there are 2 chapter or thematic org applications in the pipeline, and maybe 4 user groups that had been submitted and then were not considered. I don't know what the queue of folks who have been waiting to even submit is. But that's what is currently in the pipeline that was paused. To the question regarding different affiliates with overlapping scope, I think from Josh, yes, we're absolutely considering unaffiliated groups as well. There are some locations where we have affiliated and unaffiliated organizations that are currently funded by the Wikimedia Foundation, and some of them that might not even be affiliated might be acting more like a chapter or a healthy user group than those that are affiliated. That's absolutely part of the conversation, because I think what we really want to incentivize most of all is healthy, impactful groups in our ecosystem. So the answer to that just is a simple yes.
Thank you.
Yes. BC, to your question, so yes, we have looked at this and how it's going to impact groups globally. I think what we can do is maybe add something on Meta and start publishing stuff like that, so it'll be available for folks to see. Do you have a quick clarifier?
I mean, I think that this was not necessarily like a direct question, but of course like a theme around the timeline, and I think that that's of course something that part of why this is a draft and a proposal is for us to revisit and take this back and discuss. So like, I'm not saying that things will change or not, but like that's part of the feedback right now. Like, and we hear you loud and clear, and it totally makes sense. So I think that from a clarifying standpoint, without getting into like the actual part of the content, I think that was it. So why don't we move to the exercise, Carol?
Yeah. So I've checked with the room assistants. There is no immediate session afterwards, so we can go a bit over, like 55 minutes is not enough for this discussion. So I would now give around 15 to 20 minutes looking at the energy of a room to have maybe small group discussions around this. The core questions are, what in the proposed changes are actually helpful in for advancing the ecosystem to get us where we need to get to? The other parts are, what are your main concerns regarding the proposal? We have heard a few. And then especially highlighting where more clarity is needed, where you do not understand, like where are we going, things to be more clear. So what is helpful? What are the concerns? Where clarity is needed? And then maybe groups 4 to 6, so you can hear from different perspectives. And the post-its are not too big, so try to gear towards clarity and conciseness. And then after this exercise, we will reconvene as a group. We can have some people sharing back the main points, and then also we can talk about the next steps. So 15 to 20 minutes, small group discussion, documenting on the post-its. Myself, Becky, and Jorge are also here. If you have any questions of clarity, like we are the resource people, so raise your hand, we will come to you. We will try to provide clarity and understanding. Thank you.
Carl, no, I'm sorry, Carl, but I'm really sorry, you didn't hear the room. You're asking to work on a proposal, and people are saying like the proposal is going to burn us down. I mean, you're not hearing the room. You're going with the exercise where people are going to leave because that's not the topic.
It is a topic because you can...
suggestion of pivoting and just staying as Q&A.
Create the
Do that?
small spaces where you are.
Sorry, let me just like, we're gonna pivot. Just keep the Q&A going.
Sorry.
Are we pivoting or not?
Need to say main.
Karel, are we pivoting?
Yeah, so what I'm hearing, it's difficult to have a discussion in that way.
Let's keep the
Because
Q&A.
it's just too noisy, so let's just keep a plenary. Let's raise the points, like the same questions, and also there was a point made regarding the process, but people are really frustrated regarding the core underlining things. So let's then keep it in the main space, raising the points, the concerns, the questions of clarity. Let's work in like one common space. We will run the mics to get to you. We will have people documenting your points. So we will continue in a plenary.
The whole point of the exercise was to try to collect as many voices as possible. So considering that we're pivoting again to Q&A, the post-its are there. You can like leave notes as well, etc. Let's pivot.
I mean, you're listening to us. No. You are. Sorry. So it's good you've listened to the room and pivot, but we are listening to us. But you're the one that is kind of in charge here. You have some authority on the topic. It would be good to hear from you. I mean, you've heard a dozen people sharing concerns.
Okay, happy to. I mean, like, I'm happy to like.
I think it would be good. I mean, we can go on the plenary, but you can line up 10 other people. You'll hear from the side people not being recognized sometimes that are worried. We're gonna pile the same things on. So let's try to move on. Let's try to move on. Just share.
Okay. So I'm gonna pivot this way. Like, I'm gonna take some time to like maybe try to cover some of the things. If you do have a question, I'm just thinking on the fly here. Why don't you start making a line here so we know how we're keeping track of the queue? And we'll figure it out. Thank you, Clara. So like, if you have a question, like a direct question, maybe like we're gonna do another round of Q&A, and then. Actually, let me go back. Is there any other question that wasn't brought up that wants to be brought up? How about we do that? Let's.
Hello, everyone. I'm Joyce from Wikimedia Taiwan. I just have a really brief and short clarification question. So in one of your slides, you mentioned the proposed model does not require all groups to professionalize. So does that actually mean that some groups will be asked to be professionalized? If it is yes, some of us will be instructed to be professional, and what is your expectation of professionalization?
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Salvador? The reason why I was suggesting a line is just like be able to do this.
Quite simple. I'm not going to say anything substantive about the changes. It's only a methodology question. This calendar, is it negotiable in a way for all of us? For example, to create a contra-proposal to say, well, this would work for us, these new dates, these new deadlines, to create these changes or to apply it to the chapters. That's all. It's negotiable.
Yes. Like, I mean, we need to find a way to make sure that there's enough time, and if that means that we go back to the board and tell that we need to push the timeline, I mean, we heard it loud and clear.
Okay, so I'm Andrei from the CE Hub and Wikimedians of Romania and Moldova. I couldn't help notice a contradiction between your slides and your statements. You said that the funding model will not change, and this is not about the funding model, but every slide you had funding in it. So my question is, how hard would it be, instead of pushing the funding changes now, to have a intermediate plan for the next 2 years until the funding changes come into place, and for September just focus on the layers of affiliation that you describe in the document, which I find are a step in a good direction. I'm rather positive on those.
Can we respond to questions, or are we just
okay? And then we can just like, to Christoph's point, just like go into like us talking more and more.
Hi, I'm Evelyn from Wikimedia Uruguay. I guess mine is a more philosophical question. I think that recognizing the history of how some user groups came to be and like the proliferation of user groups in certain countries, Some of these are stemming from interpersonal conflicts in different geographic areas. And so my question is more philosophical because of that. I think that how are some of these interpersonal dynamics that are leading to the creation of different groups are going to be dealt with in the future as to avoid that we have this problem moving forward, aside from, yeah.
Okay. Okay, I'm gonna go try to make a quick statement, trying to capture a lot of these things. I think that for us in the foundation, and by the foundation I mean both the board and staff, the whole point of what we're trying to do here is, if you look at what is the core rationale of all of this, and I think that maybe we could have been very, very clear or even more explicit about this. There's three things. One, historically, I think that AFCOM never said no to things, the grant-making team didn't say no to things, and we just allowed a system that, to Evelyn's point, if there was a fight, instead of trying to mediate it, we were just allowing multiplicity of groups to be created. And that created overlap, and when we're talking about resources, and of course that's where the connection lies, we need to make sure that those resources, which is my second point, donor dollars and grant-making resources should be done responsibly, ethically, and we need to make sure that they are providing impact. What that looks like is a discussion to be had, right? And that's where the grant-making strategy that the GRDC put forward is making a step forward to this is how we think as a GRDC we can define impact, for instance, and there's a proposal there. But really, I want maybe to try to understand if there's actual agreement on the rationale of all of this, because not here, so that's where maybe we should hear that. Let's go to the genesis of it all. Do we think that having all these groups makes sense? Do we? That's the thing, right? So this is where I finally hear not everyone is on the same page. So maybe that's where we need to start thinking, okay, do we all agree that if you don't prove actual impact over the resources that you're using, that there should be more questions around it? Yes or no? We don't know. My point, that's the whole point of why we're trying to figure out the GRDC grant-making strategy. We are in a point. Sorry, microphones. Actually, wait, because now we're getting into more of a conversation mode, let's try to get a queue. So let's have Patricia and Maria start. And then we have Mariana and Ayla and Mikola. No, sorry, Lisa, you had a hand. Oh, I thought you had. Oh, I thought you had a hand. Okay, let's hear from Patricia and Maria. Patri, go ahead.
Okay, I'm Patricia. I'm from Wikisfera, Spain. How do you decide the impact, for example, when we are centering gender gap for 11 years, and we have a chapter that they put in their reports, they are working gender gap, but we know it's not the way we are working gender gap. So how do you decide what's overlapping?
Yeah, I think that a lot of the frustration that's coming here is that we're not understanding where this is coming from. This seems like a solution in search of a problem. You mentioned overlapping affiliates as if it's a problem when it was a feature, not a bug. That you couldn't expect someone who appeared 15 years ago and tackles one issue and nobody else ever in that country can tackle that issue. No, the purpose of overlapping affiliates was not only innovation, but as well as trying different things. And we know where it all started. It was Wikimedia Spain and Amical. There is no problem between these affiliates. There is a lot of myth about interpersonal relationships being a problem. It's not a problem to have user groups. It's not a problem to have overlapping affiliates. And it's extremely coincidental that this becomes a problem the moment that a lot of user groups are appearing in Africa. The moment we're having a lot of user groups that are tackling gender gap, knowledge equity, and so on. We are seeing the coincidence. And who is deciding that this is a problem right now? It's really hard to not see this as an attempt to reduce affiliates. And honestly, this breaks trust, because this is a pattern already. The movement charter was unilaterally not ratified. Global Council never happened. Now affiliates are a problem. And this is all coming from the same group, the foundation, right? So exactly, like, affiliates have also opinions about the foundation. Why is this now an issue that we need to spend the next 2 years, like the affiliates having to deal with this, having to spend the resources maybe on changing type of affiliate? AFCOM is not well equipped. AFCOM has no idea of the status of every single affiliate right now. How are they going to say, okay, you need to change type of affiliate or not? Like, it's just so sad to see that we have to spend so much time and so much frustration on something that is not a problem. And we have so many external problems right now.
Thank you, Maria. When I asked the question about the rationale, I immediately heard disagreement, and I would love to hear from the folks that actually think that there's a problem to solve as well.
My name is Jenny, so I hope, I co-founded a project called WikiPortrait. So I'm coming from the United States and can't speak to outside the United States, but what I've observed in the United States, which is obviously one of the largest countries without a national level chapter, is that there are a lot of legacy groups that maybe were cool 15 years ago that have very large grants, and you are like, what the fuck are you guys doing now in terms of impact, either on content or off content? And the reason why it hurts some of our groups is like, we have like the Bay Area Wikimedia users group, which by the way is the source of the little baby globe that you guys are seeing, that are not recognized. I mean, they have the largest Wikipedia, the largest Wikipedia day, and there's just like no fund. I mean, I think they have like $1,500 of funding. I mean, they have like no funding because in our, at least in our bucket, there's just like a lot of legacy stuff there that needs to be kind of a little bit reevaluated to make room for like what is cool now versus what was cool 15 years ago. So, and I think that's different from the rest of the world. I just want to clarify. So I see, when I looked at it, I was like, oh, I see where you guys are coming from the US legacy perspective.
Thank you. I think we had microphone and...
Yes. Yeah. Oh, this is a queue. Yeah. Hello, Mykola, GRDC, and Wikimedia Ukraine. My question is, do you have an estimate of resources needed collectively for all affiliates to become compliant with these requirements? And resources can come in different shapes, either WMF staff support, or affiliates getting money to hire external help or consulting or advisory to become compliant with this, or all affiliates become unhappy on the 1st of January 2028 because they had no money, no staff support, and could not respect the requirements. So how have you seen this transition happening, and is there enough support in place previewed for this transition?
Thank you, Mykola. Do you want to take that?
Yeah, sure. So we are planning to have large staff support from my team. We actually, for the first time in a while, we have an evaluator that is dedicated to affiliates and grantee support. We also have the community operations team that it supports AFCOM very directly, supports RFCs as well. And we have a community development team that builds the infrastructure for capacity development. So all of these teams, so a program officer would be like a first point of contact. I know, like, I'm sure any of you who have interacted with your program officers, they're amazing, they're incredibly busy. This is not something that we're asking them to do on their own. They are gonna be a triage point where if the question is about governance or governance capacity, then we find tools. If it's a pretty easy solution where it's like, yeah, these are a couple of things we wanna skill up, let's work on it over the next year, let's work on that together. We've been experimenting with a whole host of different tools, different trainings, light touch, high touch, to try and get folks there. So that's thing one. Where I don't think I can give like a dollar amount to it in terms of staff time committed, but that's what we anticipate for my team, for community operations team. We anticipate being that the bulk of our work in the next 2 years, because I don't think it's fair to change expectations and not help people meet them.
Kind of looking at you and like how we're...
Yeah, so it's basically me again.
15 minutes more, then we need to cut.
Okay, thank you.
I think what you said about problem, I think to some extent we can all agree that there can never be a perfect society, right? There will always be problems in a society, and it becomes our responsibility to have to fix it. But I guess the first question I want to ask is, do you think the solution you are proposing, deep in your heart, is the right solution for the problem you have identified? I think introspectively we can ask ourselves that question. And I guess that the second question I want to ask is, you spent a lot of money on the GDRC. They travel around, they sat down, they spent a lot of money, a lot of time to work on papers on how to redistribute funding within this ecosystem. Why was this paper released before the GDRC released their paper? Is that creating another problem, or is that solving a problem? That is two. The third one is, the existence of the GDRC creates an opportunity for you to work with the affiliate to solve the problem that you've identified. You sidetrack them, you release this paper before the GDRC released their report, thereby creating this confusion that we're experiencing now. So it goes back to my first question. Is your solution creating more problems, or do you think deep down in your heart you're actually solving the problem? Thank you.
Thank you. Delphine, I am on the GRDC. I want to say that I believe there are problems. I kind of agree with BC that I'm not sure that this in this form solves the problem. I don't know that our funding strategy solves the problem either. I want to say, like, we are working on it, and there are things in there that are interesting and for us to take in. So I want to give at least that. But I think one of the things that I don't think overlapping is the problem. I think what the problem is we don't go and look for people who do good work. We wait for anyone who will come to actually, do the thing that we know about. And I think that's probably the main problem, and that's the problem we're kind of trying to solve, which is there are people out there who come and say, I want money. They do the one, I'm going to say this, the one editathon that everyone else is doing, and we think that, it might not be the best use of our dollars. But we don't go and look for those people who are actually doing amazing work, either that they're already here or that we have to look for. And I think that that's one of the things that we need to solve for looking at the future and making sure that we can actually support our movement in the next 25 years, is it?
Is it my turn already?
So there's two more comments, questions from the online community. The first one, you justify this reform by claiming that funding should reflect organisational capacity. That is a false premise. No user group, regardless of how effective or well organised it is, can ever obtain the level of funding available to a chapter. This reform does not align funding with organisational capacity. It entrenches structural inequality. The second comment, now who will do the police? AFCOM and RFCs, how can they coordinate with each other?
There's another microphone.
Okay, so I will make it really quick. Hi, my name is Tamara. I'm a project lead at Wikimania Nederland. I see the goals increased impact of affiliates and how to measure that. I need more clarity in how to measure the impact, and especially the soft impact. Because you can have a focus on statistics and actual impact on Wikipedia, but there's also soft skills, communication, outreach, working together with your GLAM network and everything that comes out of that. So how do you measure the soft impact?
Thank you.
This side? Okay, my name is Mariana. I work in Whose Knowledge user group. I am thinking that maybe we are overlapping here unnecessarily and at a certain point two different problems. One is more political, and it has to do with recognition, representation. This is affiliate ecosystem problem, and resources and grant making is not necessarily the same. I think that maybe overlap both things is not a great idea because, for instance, for many user groups, the goal to become an affiliate is more political, is looking for recognition, it is looking for recognition at the national, local level as someone that can responsibly handle the Wikimedia brand, that has support from an international movement and from an international foundation, and also to have internally the possibility to vote, to participate in this kind of fora. And this is political and not necessarily, not always something that has to do with resources. But of course, for a lot of Wikimedia organizations, resources is a very important thing, of course. But mainly to try to solve the two things at the same time is creating this confusion. And for the funding side, for the grant-making side, of course, it's important to measure impact, to, at a certain point, connect the level of money that you are handling with certain organizational maturity, because if you don't have, let's say, administrative staff, is not possible to manage a lot of money. I understand that. But these are different ladders. Maybe these are different ways of evolving, not necessarily connected to each other, because if they are tired in this way, that can create wrong incentives, the wrong rationality. For instance, shall I become a user group in order to access resources? Shall I gather resources because that way I can influence the politics much more and have a louder voice? So that kind of, and I know that resources is political and money is political, of course, but maybe we are overlapping too much the two systems and creating wrong incentives and a lot of confusion.
Yes? Yes. Okay. Hi, everyone. I'm Isla, Wiki in Africa. Again, I think, like Mariana, maybe it's about the language. This has been presented very much like, these are the tiers, you'll get this, the incentive. But also, I'm very confused. It feels like we've gone backwards in a way. So there's rapid grants, projects, and then whatever. And so that's not how people or organizations progress. Like, some are very themed based, so that you could say they were projects, but then most of the national, or at least the community groups, have multiple different projects within the work they do. So I don't know if it's a semantic thing, but it just doesn't make sense to me to make these so structured, because it should be a progressive. We've talked about this before. It should be like steps that you go up to, and maybe there are guidelines on the way of what achieves, and there should be nuance within the current system, rather than obliteration of the system and going back to, you're either in this bucket or you're not, and many of us would just not be in those buckets. They just don't exist for us. So I think that there are several of, because we've all evolved in an organic way, you have to allow that organic way to evolve. That's like the Wikimedia way. So, but beyond that, I do think that having a set of achievable guidelines to where you are in the system is helpful, because it allows aspirational stuff without necessarily, I can access $10,000 more because, I have X policy, or whatever it is. Yeah? Oh, and the last thing is, all of us in this room are very privileged, because, we are here because we're leaders of whatever. There are a whole load of leaders who are not in this room and haven't yet been consulted. So I know that we, like as EDs, we were told about this beforehand, but there are so many, like half of the, or almost all of the African user groups have only heard about it here. And I think that is a problematic thing. And you cannot give the people who are going to be really severely, mostly affected by this, whatever it becomes, not give them the rights to be able to respond. Thank you.
So I talk again, but for something meaningful. You are going to go back to the board. If you heard the room, that process is doomed to fail. You will have no consent from the room because, as you said, there is no consent in the room on the basic questions. So if I was, and you've known me now, one recommendation, go back to the board, say that process is doomed to fail, that you have resources that has been planned for that, and use that resources to do something else. Use that resources to build that consent and to support everyone in the room, so that instead of them being stressed and tensed, and spending 30% of the time trying to meet policies and metrics and so on, support them, talk to them, share knowledge with them. Make sure, if you want to increase impact, make sure they have the time to do things. You want to increase impact, make sure that there is nothing that is done twice or 3 times differently. Connect them, and then you will have the impact for the dollars. But here, you're going to spend like 2 years trying to horseshoe a thing, which nobody wants to do that way, stressing. I mean, it's just change the narrative, go the other way. Stop policing, enables, empower. Just stop.
And also, I'm Ivo from
Ivo, go ahead.
Ivo from Estonia. So also, if you're going maybe back to that, that will be really beneficial. And what you're really aiming for is efficiency. And one of the things I think is one of the worries in the room is that historically we are very familiar with the part that foundation has been absolutely horrible at evaluating if something is efficient or not. And even if you look at this paper, we see things like, let's say, who are your board members or something? And all of those things that absolutely have nothing to do with efficiency. And this is maybe something that's also one of the things that gets affiliates a bit worried about. If you really are aiming to have more impact, then maybe this is something where you should be putting your attention. Just think about, let's say, like a fridge. Those things also have, like, oven, you have like different settings, like, oh, this is like A or B or C or D class. You can try to do all of evaluation of different projects and things and try to put all of the effort on the board to how to educate those affiliates to do better. Find the best ones who are doing it and support them and let them share the knowledge, instead of just do the same thing that foundation has failed all of those years, trying to see if someone is efficient or not, and really just failing. And just one quick comment is also that I haven't yet heard is that we are now dealing with like 10% of the funding, and maybe there is a lot more waste in the 90% that's going to the foundation. So yeah, that's also a thought.
Yeah, just last one thing. Yes, I know. I know. Yeah, I just wanted to say that even, understanding that this is a very hard topic and a very hard discussion, and probably it's going to take us a lot to be in the same page, it doesn't mean that we should not be having this conversation. And not because it's a topic, it's complicated, we should avoid it. We cannot put it under the rug anymore. Just a suggestion, maybe we are going to put this in meta anyway, but seeing that the cap for user groups is maybe something that is generating a lot of concern, maybe you can, I don't know, having like 3 as well as a subdivision among user groups. Because user groups are so different and fulfill different gaps within the movement. And we have user groups that want to keep being informal, and those who have the same impact and level of governance that a chapter. And maybe for different reasons, they cannot become a chapter, right? So maybe flexibilizing a little bit more that cap for them could be useful in this case.
Thank you. We're unfortunately out of time, Dumi, but I'll be outside. Yeah, I mean, I can be here for hours, but we're literally holding people up there, sorry. I know, and maybe like this is how I would like to wrap up, and I've been telling this all week long to different people, groups, side conversations. I've been for the foundation almost 13 years, and I've never, ever seen a level of trust. And I think that trust is not something that we just say. We have to show actions around trust. And I also understand why right now the foundation is at a pretty low trust level with the movement, right? With both volunteers and affiliates. And I get it. Like, I operate under that assumption. I don't take it personal. You know, like, that's just who I've been for a while. When we say that this is a proposal, it's a proposal. And I hear a lot of, like, in the back end of, yeah, but, like, why are they asking if they already made a decision? And we're generally trying to gather feedback. And, like, going back to why we didn't wait to have a harmonized proposal with the GRDC, it's because if we hadn't had posted this, we wouldn't have been having this conversation that, to Patricia's point, this is giving us a lot of information that we tried collecting online that didn't work out. Same with the GRDC. They committed to have a grant-making strategy proposal to be able to be discussed, and it's there. We're discussing it. So I mean it like when we say that this is a proposal, we're trying to gather feedback. I was in the Movement Charter Drafting Committee. I don't think that I want to do that again where we're putting something on the board that's not going to be approved. That's a waste of time for everybody, including me and the board. So yeah, like we're going to try to make this as better as possible, cognizant that there's going to be disagreement. Not everyone's going to be happy with it. And that we just have to try to keep forward. So if there's a little bit of hint in assuming good faith in the process, I know that it's rough and it's tough right now, but just a little glimpse of that, I think, would allow us to maybe continue the conversation, which is a tough one, with you all. And I mean, the fact that you're here, I really appreciate it, because like, it shows that you care, it shows that this is an important topic for you all, and let's go have lunch. Thank you. Thank you so much.
I said, you know what would help with good faith is delaying the process at least to get more feedback, because being surprised at not getting feedback after 2 weeks in vacation time, it's not realistic for us to really get everyone mobilized. Seriously, try to take the time.
Thank you, Edmar. Thank you. Oh, no,
tracks and numerous interesting presentations here. But we're starting with... You're gonna... You can do it. I can take it.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to the second day of this research track. We had a very great first day with great debates, so I encourage you to continue in that spirit. Ask questions, intervene, but not be too technical. I am Jérôme Ergueux. I'm an assistant research professor at CNRS, which is the French National Agency for Scientific Research. I do research on Wikipedia. I also wrote a propaganda book about Wikipedia, which you should not buy. It's the first time you're going to hear an author tell you that. But I just managed to get the publisher to accept to publish it open source, so you wait, and you just download the stuff. So yeah, I'm a co-organizer of this track with Miriam Reddy from the Wikimedia Foundation and two community people who were super dedicated. It was a 50-50 exercise. We did everything together, so we're trying to bring researchers in the community together. And we're going to start with a keynote talk from a very talented young researcher, So Young, who is going to tell us about Wikimedia and Wikipedia as a participatory design project. So Young, the floor is yours.
I can't tell if I'm supposed to speak into one mic or both mics, because Jerome was doing both, but I'll just go with one. Hello, my name is Sohyun. I'm a postdoc at Princeton right now, and I've been part of the Wiki research community for quite a few years now, but this is actually my first time at Wikimania, so I'm really excited to be here and honored to have an invited talk in this manner. This is going to be a bit of an unusual talk for me. It's more of like a conceptual synthesizing piece where I draw on this approach called participatory design in my field to think about some of the problems that we're facing in Wikipedia. So I would love to hear people's comments and thoughts, and I hope that the concepts and ideas are very interesting for you, and hopefully not something that you already know too well. But before I really get into it, I want to take us back in time a little bit. And who remembers having a desktop with those super clunky monitors? Yeah, of course. I can tell by the age group in this room, including me. So I'm guessing everyone remembers the concept of a computer room then? Yeah. So I remember we had one in the basement when I was a kid. I was not the one who set it up because I was probably around 5 years old when we first had one in the basement. We were living in Canada at the time, and my dad's an engineer, and what he would do is bring all the technology from the workplace that they were going to toss out. And eventually what happened was that he ended up setting up a little desktop for me and my sister. And so this is me at 6 years old. This sweet child was pirating books and TV shows and downloading video games for our jailbroken consoles, which we would get jailbroken by the Korean grocer in our neighborhood, which is like true immigrant solidarity, you know? But, you know, all that really means is that when I was really young, I had all this free exposure, or a lot of really early exposure to the free internet. And a lot of people are exposed to the internet now from a very young age, but in a very different way. I was pretty adept at finding information, and there are a lot of ways that I took it for granted when I was really young. And that includes, of course, Wikipedia. I remember, you know, probably around 10, doing a lot of like middle school essay starting points from the reference page of Wikipedia. And I also remember that, so this would have been around 2007. This was also around the time I made my first edit to Wikipedia. And you can probably anticipate that a 10-year-old editing Wikipedia did not go very well. I think I remember editing some kind of book series, and I was adding a bunch of trivia that I thought was very interesting and would spruce up the page a little. And I also had no idea that you were supposed to make an account, so I just got immediately reverted, just like super immediately, and I can understand now why that happened, but at the time it was very shocking for me, right? Like there were 2 lessons for 10-year-old Sohyun there. One is that what you do online does have an impact on other people in the world and the stuff that they use. And 2, that it's kind of scary too. Like there's this invisible script for participating that I had no idea how to navigate. Like I was a pretty shy 10-year-old kid. And I do have to confess that although I do research on Wikipedia and wiki projects, I have not really gone back to being an active content editor. I think there's like some deep-seated fear about participating there for me. So when I was invited to do this presentation, the prompt that I got was, about equality. How do you rethink the Wikimedia movement to maximize inclusiveness, increase contributor diversity, and improve newcomer retention? And my first thought, honestly, was like, oh no, I am the problem that you are trying to convert. But then my second thought was more reflective, having access to free information resources since I was very young. I really saw it and still see it as a right. And the messaging in the last few years can be very depressing. Like the punchline always seems to be basically the same. The stakes are higher than ever, but the challenges seem insurmountable. And in the case of Wikipedia, this is really the challenge of getting more people to participate in our communities, especially people from underrepresented spaces, to help us sustain this wonderful and free information resource. But I actually want to argue that we do already have some tactics and methods for navigating this moment. And to do so, I want to point to a specific approach in my field called participatory design. So first, I'll talk a little bit about what participatory design is, and then I'll draw an analogy between the principles of doing participatory design and the work of collectively sustaining Wikipedia. And in doing so, I want to kind of talk through some insights it offers us for what kind of research we should do next. Okay, so what is participatory design? And since it's kind of a mouthful, I'm going to just call it PD. It is kind of what it sounds like. PD is an approach to designing technologies in which the people destined to use the system play a critical role in designing it. And it is very popular in the field of human-computer interaction, which is where I usually hang out in these days. But it was actually born out of the Scandinavian labor movement in the 70s and 80s. This was a time when unions were pushing for legal rights for workers so that workers could be involved in the decisions about technologies being introduced into their workplaces. And the kind of foundational piece here is Utopia. This was a project run by a big team of scholars and in partnership with labor workers. In Scandinavian countries in particular, and the goal was to enable workers to shape the design of new graphic workstation technologies that graphic workers were going to be using. And they used mock-ups and prototypings and several other techniques to cooperatively design systems with the workers. And so you can imagine that this is a pretty radically different way of introducing a technology into the workplace. I don't know if you have ever had the pleasure of designing the software that you'll have to use for work. I know that I haven't. So it was radical then and it's radical now. People who are completely excluded from normal processes of technology design are being brought in through PD. In the 80s and 90s, as personal and social computing grew, PD expanded towards offices and homes as well. And a canonical study at this point was Pictive by Mueller in 1991. This was a technique for doing experimental system design. And in retrospect, it seems very simple, right? The idea was to use low-tech prototyping materials, so highlighters, Post-it notes, or like plastic icons that you have on the table, so that non-technical people could sit down with technical people and build mock-ups collaboratively on a shared design space. And the key idea here is to use simple materials to create a shared language sort of that people can participate in and use together, even if they have different backgrounds and expertise, right? And this piece was very influential. There are tons of similar practices and techniques in HCI, like almost any HCI study that involves doing like some co-design thing with some community or some user group will probably be a riff of this. And probably like not a surprise, since then, PD has continued to be used by researchers in HCI interested in designing with and by communities of all kinds, your neighborhood groups, civic organizations, other collectives that you exist in. And in my own work, I have taken a PD approach to understand and build governance tools for decentralized social media platforms that serve as open alternatives for big tech. And the main thing that we approach this is we ran last year and are continuing to run workshops with community partners on the open social web. Our main partner is Bonfire right now, and our goal is to develop infrastructure that would help communities govern online interaction together. So the real goal here is to let communities do like some coalition building together. And we presented some of the ideas that participants ideated together in workshops earlier this year, and this year we're working on actually implementing them. Some of the core tenets of participatory design that I would like to highlight before we move on to the next section is first, people have tacit situated knowledge, and this is really just a fancy way to say people are experts at the problems that they're closest to, and outside designers are like not going to understand it in the way that a person who is involved in the everyday of it will. The second is that design is a practice of mutual learning. So design is not about extracting needs and requirements from users, but a process of kind of collective and mutual exchange and knowledge making together, where users and designers are bringing expertise to one another and building a better product as a result. Product, I guess. And then finally, technology is a matter of power. Participatory design is a critical approach, and it really asks you to think about how decisions about how a system works and who has control and whose interests get served, whose decisions are being represented in the final product. It asks you to really think about why that's happening. Hopefully those three principles all resonate for you, because I want to argue that Wikipedia can be seen as a project of participatory design, right? We are engaged in an effort of collectively designing and building a digital knowledge commons together. The ethos of anyone can edit, not only just content, but also its rules, emphasizes that people closest to a topic, by virtue of their interests, their experiences, maybe their professional training, these are all things that help them build the kind of expertise that should shape the project's information outcomes. As an effort of peer production, Wikipedia argues for collective and mutual knowledge making, where interaction between like different users and participants are crucial for better outcomes. And as a self-governing project, Wikipedia recognizes that its systems and processes deal with power inherently. Like, it's about who can edit, who gets represented, and so on, right? I'm happy to like nitpick about whether this analogy is actually really that fair, but at a high level, I do really like it because I think it offers us a framework for thinking about how we should support participation, because participatory design has such a history of thinking about this problem. And it really thinks through like, why is it that people are able to participate and why is it that they're not? In the end, it's an incredibly reflexive, critical, and political process. So kind of running with this idea, I want to draw out some key takeaways about supporting participation and specifically what kinds of research or work we might want to do to better understand how we can support the problem or address the problem. And the first lesson of participatory design is around intentional co-creation and collaboration. And here I mean intentional in the sense that participation has to be scaffolded, like in order to transform into dynamics of co-creation and collaboration. And this is kind of like an intuitive problem we have in Wikipedia or in other wiki-style projects, because as we all know, anyone can edit, but not everyone does. And I know yesterday we were talking about in the research track like the impact of AI in the declining rate of contributors and other dynamics of contribution that we're seeing. And that's definitely like a huge concern and like deeply upsetting. But there's also like this older story about governance that needs to be tackled alongside the AI problem that helps contextualize the AI problem. Basically, a great deal of research on Wikipedia's governance systems, especially around 2010, found that the rules and processes governing the wikis tend to formalize in the early years and resist change. And I will say almost all of this research was on English Wikipedia, but more recent work starts to investigate some dynamics in other language editions. And a few years ago, one of my early papers when I was a grad student was a comparative study of rulemaking across the 5 largest language editions. And we found that this pattern of early rule creation and formalization was consistent across wikis. So you can see here, let me get my little, oh, yeah. Rules were created mostly early on. You see a rise and decline in patterns. And then those edits are going towards talk page, so discussions, rather than actually changing the text of the rules. And of course, this is going to be different for communities operating at different scales. But for these big projects, this kind of formalization makes the community incredibly difficult for newcomers to navigate, right? The response from many wiki projects has been to build these initiatives and programs that aim to socialize newcomers in a structured way, essentially supporting onboarding. And here I want to point to Wiki Education as an example to talk through, because it is one of the longest standing such efforts and has reached like hundreds of thousands of students and led to a lot of words being added to English Wikipedia since 2010. There is also some empirical evidence that Wiki Education can improve retention as well. I don't actually have it on the slide, my slide deck, but I believe this is Lee et al. From 2020, published in CSCW. The only caveat there is that study was not causal, it was correlative. So it's a little hard to say in which way the program actually encouraged retention or made people want to stay as a result of the program. And this is kind of like ultimately the main question that we have for these sorts of initiatives, right? Like for programs like Wiki Education, how can they make participation matter to people who are being onboarded through it? And I was kind of like surveying the prior research on this, and there is at least one answer in prior work about Wiki Education, which is around digital and critical information literacy skills. The great bulk of the academic work evaluating Wiki Education provides arguments and evidence that newcomer students see improved digital and critical information literacy. And some of this work is drawing from pedagogical theory and learning sciences, and other work is empirical, usually trying to draw conclusions from instructors' perspectives or responses that students have shared in self-report surveys. Like all in all, these are important skills for the world that we live in. Like everyone should try to improve their information literacy these days. And it helps build a case for why more people should participate in Wikipedia. But the challenge is that it doesn't quite connect back to why people will, right? It doesn't connect back to the really fundamental question of motivations of why people participate in online spaces. And I suspect that some of this is because in a program like Wiki Education, this is actually sidestepped, right? Like people are participating because they're going to get a grade out of it. But this all kind of means that we actually don't have a good idea of motivations for how people translate from these structured programs to broader participation. And I do have like some thoughts on why that happens. It's like around, a lot of the foundational work about why people participate online happened fairly early on. And because these questions seem so basic and straightforward, I think there hasn't been a lot of effort to replicate it. But now we live in a pretty different era of online interaction, and there is a real need for work that does so. This kind of issue of motivations and how the program sidesteps this notion, question of motivation points to a broader point from participatory design that I think we also need to keep in mind when we aim to kind of structure onboarding in this way. And that's the fact that efforts to direct or scaffold participation really have to account for the life cycle of participation and the relationships that shape it. There's a really nice methods paper by Vines et al. On what it means to involve people in projects of design together. And they raise questions that really emphasize understanding the motivations and experiences and processes of people who are doing design work. And as I said earlier, when it comes to understanding efforts like efforts to onboard users like Wiki Education, this is largely a gap in our research work. I will say though, I was taking like a sneak peek at the lightning talks later, and I think at least one of the talks starts to get at this question, so perhaps we will have some answers. At any rate, these questions are really about power and what enables someone to move from simply being a participant to actually having a sense of being an equal co-creator and collaborator is like kind of the core thing that's at the heart of the matter here. This brings me to the second lesson of participatory design that I want to highlight, which is that people need to have meaningful voice in decision making. Seems kind of straightforward, and I think with like Wikimedia projects, you think that this is baked into the entire idea of the project, right? People get to choose what information to contribute, but you also, in fact, do need to deliberate and make an argument or case for why something you contributed should stay on the wiki. So participation in a project like this isn't just about what content you want to contribute into the Knowledge Commons. It is very much about how we think about the decision-making processes that govern the wiki. And I think to think through what it takes to like shift and change that orange layer here, because this is kind of like a meta question, right? Of like, how do we design the process of design? I want to look back at Pictive, which is the design technique that for participatory design that Mueller introduced in '91. And again, the key concepts here are that simple design objects serve as building blocks that anyone can use. People interactively use them to imagine and brainstorm ideas together and collaboratively. And the fact that the design objects are so lo-fi and accessible gives participants equal opportunities to contribute their ideas to the design space here. And I think like at face value, you're like, oh, this seems perfect. Its whole premise is making sure that everyone has meaningful voice in this design process. It's like structured so that people are all participating in like the meta questions. But although the 1991 paper is very influential, it had not actually been tested very much in actual design projects at the time. And so the next year, Mueller published a retrospective on like the past year of using Pictive and PD projects, and he noted some shortcomings to the original technique. For example, when they were doing these design sessions, not every single stakeholder was included in the like co-design session, and so there was often poor concept transferred between people who had like missed a meeting or something. In the original setup, they had been doing like these video recordings to record all the data so that everyone could look back on it. But then they realized that this is way too much data for people to review. Like it's literally just raw data, right? And then finally, these discussions were not really scaffolded by any structure or process about like how the discussion should go. And so what ended up happening was that when a developer was not in the discussion, the designer almost always deferred to what the user wanted, even if that led to kind of like impossible ideas in the design. And the thing I want to point out is that PD is an approach, and the techniques in it are just like one way of doing it. And actually, some of the most valuable research about participatory design for understanding participation are about its failures when it gets implemented. And what really makes it helpful as a framework for thinking through a project like Wikipedia is exactly because it's reflexive and critical and keeps correcting itself. It's trying to like close the gap of what it's trying to be and what it actually is. And I think PD really emphasizes this aspect of iteration. It keeps wanting us to experiment with decision-making processes to work towards meaningful participation. I think kind of seen another way, in like more practical way, this is really about understanding and supporting change in a community's governance practices. So in the case of Wikipedia, governance on Wiki is broadly seen as formalized. This has been a gap, and so understanding change in recent years has really been a gap. There is some recent work that examines how groups leverage or exploit existing processes or measures the impact of enforcing certain mechanisms, but there's very little work on dynamics of change over time. And having started projects to do something similar in decentralized social media, I want to kind of point to two directions research will probably need to go to address it. First, we still do need to get empirical data to guide any future experiments we do. We could, of course, draw on insights from other domains, but I'm not totally convinced that there are no experiments in decision-making happening on Wiki projects. And I think to this end, one thing that researchers really need to do is build long-term partnerships, because it does three things. It helps us break reliance on digital trace data, which is usually our main source of information when we're evaluating governance processes, but coordination is happening on every community across all different kinds of platforms. And so there may be some very interesting and subtle cases that become apparent only when you start hanging out in a community. Experimenting is also a kind of long-term process, so to understand the changes and the impacts, you have to really have a long-term relationship and do longitudinal work with one community. The other direction is that ultimately doing experiment or understanding how communities experiment requires a practice of doing experiments with communities. And in HCI, this is known as research through design, which is where you are doing research by making and doing with people. And I guess I'm not super committed to this, but I think PD offers some techniques or PD techniques offer us some starting pathways for doing experiments. Maybe PICTIV can give us a starting point for what we think a new model for making decisions for a process should be. But I think there's also, there's a lot of other work on collaborative governance work that is being deployed in other and similar spaces that will probably also be very informative here. All right, so to recap, our evaluations of structured initiatives and programs to recruit newcomers really need to shift in a kind of fundamental way. We need to complement the existing findings that we have to think about the life cycle of participation and the experiences that people are having through these programs. Some of this asks old questions in a new kind of era of interaction. And the second is that we need to extend PD thinking to governance decisions, doing research work that can guide the experimental design of new processes and tools in projects that can create new opportunities for people to take part in more decision making. And in political theory, institutional theory, there's a lot of reasons why this would be good. How much time? Okay. So I only have 3 minutes left, so I'm gonna close. Oh? Okay, I think I do have time. So to close, I'm going to briefly and shamelessly point to some projects that I've been involved in that I couldn't present in full. I would have loved to, but since they're still in progress, but I just want to give a little preview because I still want to talk to people about it. The first is with Nate Bluntice at UT Austin, a professor at UT Austin. We're building a data set of how policy gets invoked and enforced on English Wikipedia. We've been working on this for the last 10 months, and we're really excited because we think a data set like this can open up a whole new wave of analysis about governance practices on Wikipedia. And we're also hopeful that the pipeline that we are building around it is going to be able to replicate to other language editions. We've had a really wonderful team of undergrads working with us to do a lot of manual data labeling. And then the second project is a study of WikiVault, an LLM translation tool that was initiated by Wikimedia Korea and implemented by Ted Yu, who you might know as YKH Wong. And this is led by Inhwa Song, who's a first-year student at Princeton, and her advisor Manuel, and also in collaboration with Ted and Pablo at the Wikimedia Foundation. We're hopeful that the findings of this work can inform the design of the tool in the future. But yeah, these are still in progress, so I just wanted to give a preview. And if you're interested in any of them and want to talk, I would love to talk. But for now, thank you for listening.
Okay. Do we have questions in the room? Okay. Then we're going to have a presentation in French and a presentation in Spanish. So I encourage you to take headsets if you don't understand either of these languages.
If you need translation of French or Spanish, take your headset now. Remember to leave it, but please on the side, not exactly where you took it.
Test. Probably I have to wait until the people start taking headsets. Probably, yeah.
Did you like it?
It's good. Yeah, I have to wait. Yeah.
No. Talk now.
All right. So.
Your expression too.
They asked me to talk now, so I'm just going to do it. 안녕하세요.
Yeah.
So basically, so I'm the Youngjin from the project manager at Wikimedia Korea. So basically, what we did is there's we did me and ourselves as administrator of Korean Wikipedia and ourselves we actually did the presentation in the ESAC conference. So probably there is the file that we actually posted in the presentation, so probably you might be referred that about the Wikivault, how it impacted itself. So basically, I just want to add the comment here to stop by, so yeah.
Nice.
Other comments or questions in the room?
Thank you for the very interesting presentation. Participatory design is a question of power. So how can we move from something that is centralized to something that is decentralized and more aligned in participatory design when people in power don't have interest to do this transition?
Yeah, this is a very good question. I think it is probably one of the limitations of many projects of PD that we see. In fact, the Utopia project that I mentioned at the very beginning, in 2018, two of the researchers had a reflection on the project and participatory design as a method, and they commented how as a project it was very successful for the researchers because they had an incredibly successful method come out of it. But for the workers, it ended up being a major failure because the alternative system that they designed never got adopted by the company that they worked for. I think the question of participatory design is that maybe the participation itself has to be political action too. So when you engage in projects of political design, it's about trying to reorient the relationships that you're embedded in. And my guess is that when a participatory design project ends and the project doesn't, or the design system doesn't end up getting any uptake, it's because the work was done in a way that doesn't actually engage the other stakeholders and bring them and kind of convince them. Because the process of mutual learning the idea is to kind of get on the same page and eventually build those relationships that convince someone that that's the system they want to.
A very quick one, please.
Yeah, I just want to comment that, so it was a wonderful presentation. I'm interested to know, did you consider at any time to expand this analysis to other language editions and how rules are being introduced on those Wikipedias? Because you presented insights from your paper on the 5 largest Wikipedias and how rules were made there, but maybe we can learn something about decision-making and rules from the smaller Wikipedias.
Yeah, no, I totally agree. I would actually like my next projects on the governance practices to be about the small communities because there's a lot of different challenges that they face, like the findings that we have about formalization and newcomer retention being challenged by these very dense processes, these very elaborate rules are going to be completely different in these more norm-based communities that don't have super developed rules and processes. I think the biggest barrier for me is language in that sense, and I know that there's really good translation tools, but we have used them a bit in interviews and stuff, and I'm kind of mixed on if it's a language I kind of know, then I feel more comfortable, but if it's not, then I think it's a matter of finding the right collaborators to do it with.
Okay, thank you so much, Soyoung. It was Great.
Thank you.
Merci. Et donc maintenant, on passe sur les lightning talks. On va avoir a talk in French. Cartographier le fossé de genre dans les ressources biographiques.
Oui. Alors, bonjour, mon nom est Marie Martel et je vais présenter un travail réalisé en collaboration avec Simon Villeneuve. Alors, aujourd'hui, on va vous présenter une mise à jour des travaux que nous avons publiés en 2025 sur le fossé des genres dans les ressources bibliographiques. Et puis, on va montrer comment cette évolution ouvre des nouvelles possibilités pour la recherche et puis aussi pour les communautés Wikimedia. Alors, lorsqu'on évoque le fossé des genres, on pense spontanément à Wikipédia, en fait. Et puis, depuis une quinzaine d'années, il y a eu plusieurs travaux qui ont documenté le faible nombre de contributrices, donc le fossé de participation, puis aussi la sous-représentation des femmes dans les biographies, donc le fossé de contenu. Pourtant, il y avait une question qui demeurait largement ouverte. Est-ce que c'est Wikipédia qui est à l'origine de ce biais ou est-ce qu'elle hérite d'un déséquilibre qui est déjà présent dans les grandes ressources biographiques? C'est un peu la question qui était à l'origine de nos travaux. Et notre première étude qui a été publiée aux presses de l'Université de Montréal a démontré qu'il était possible d'utiliser Wikidata pour comparer plus de 78 ressources biographiques qui représentaient plus de 2 millions de biographies. Et depuis cette publication-là, nous avons intégré d'autres ressources. On a élargi le corpus avec de nouvelles grandes références bibliographiques, de nouvelles aires culturelles, puis aussi de nouveaux domaines disciplinaires à mesure que ces ressources-là étaient reliées de façon significative à Wikidata. Maintenant, l'enjeu ici, évidemment, dépasse largement la mise à jour du corpus parce que ce qu'on voit, c'est que Wikidata fournit une infrastructure commune qui permet de comparer ces ressources de façon cohérente et puis reproductible. Donc, notre ambition maintenant, c'est plus seulement d'actualiser ces résultats, mais de construire à terme un observatoire qui soit international, ouvert et puis évolutif des représentations biographiques. Alors, dans ce cas-là, ce qu'on peut dire, c'est que les requêtes Sparkle ne sont finalement qu'un moyen technique. L'apport clé, c'est vraiment que Wikidata fournit une infrastructure commune qui permet de comparer rigoureusement, automatiquement, des ressources qui auparavant étaient évaluées ou étudiées de façon séparée. Et puis, cette infrastructure-là nous permet non seulement de comparer les traditions encyclopédiques, les contextes culturels ou éventuellement les disciplines, mais ça permet aussi de suivre leur évolution dans le temps. Et puis, bien, les premiers résultats montrent surtout, en fait, une très grande stabilité du phénomène. Pour les 78 ressources qu'on avait déjà étudiées, la proportion de biographies consacrées à des personnes qui s'identifient comme femmes passe de 11,4 à 11,8 Et puis, en intégrant les nouvelles ressources, l'Observatoire couvre maintenant 101 ressources plutôt que 78. Et puis, la proportion maintenant s'établit à 11,2 Donc, ce qu'on peut voir, c'est que l'élargissement ne modifie pas le diagnostic. En fait, il le confirme. Et puis, l'élargissement de l'Observatoire ne change pas le constat. Dans le fond, il en renforce la robustesse. Alors, cet observatoire permet... pourquoi c'est important pour Wikimedia? Ça permet de replacer le gender gap de Wikipédia dans un contexte beaucoup plus large, notamment celui des grandes traditions biographiques. Puis, il permet aussi de se doter d'un outil qui nous permet de comparer justement les domaines, les régions, les traditions encyclopédiques et puis d'identifier là où les écarts sont les plus importants de manière à orienter les initiatives des communautés Wikimedia. Puis enfin, une minute. Très bien. Enfin, il montre que Wikidata peut jouer un rôle qui dépasse celui d'une simple base de connaissances, mais celui d'une infrastructure ouverte. Donc, en conclusion, on peut dire que ces résultats-là nous permettent de répondre à la question qui avait motivé cette recherche, c'est-à-dire que le fossé des genres n'est pas propre à Wikipédia, mais il reflète un déséquilibre qui est beaucoup plus ancien et plus large et qui est présent dans les ressources dans les ressources biographiques. Donc, mais en même temps, Wikidata nous permet aux communautés de se doter de moyens concrets pour le mesurer et éventuellement le réduire. Merci.
Merci beaucoup. Do we have questions in the room in any language?
Je pense que c'était clair. Je pense que c'était clair.
Ah, we have two.
C'est sûrement une question très logique, mais vous travaillez avec le projet des 100 pages, j'imagine.
Oui, personnellement, je suis impliquée dans le projet Les 100 pages Montréal, si je peux faire une promotion. Mais en fait, ces travaux de recherche-là n'ont pas nécessairement été, promus dans le contexte des 100 pages.
Oui, on n'a pas coordonné nos efforts avec les 100 pages. Mais on est très ouvert à ce qu'ils viennent discuter avec nous.
Absolument. C'est par modestie.
Vous avez comprendre, agir, construire. Donc, la façon d'agir et d'utiliser ce constat-là, vers où allez-vous avec ce constat-là? Une fois que le constat est fait, il semble perdurer quand même, même quand on ajoute des sources bibliographiques. Donc, comment changer l'avenir?
Oui. Veux-tu répondre, Simon? Mais déjà, il y a une chose à dire.
Oui, vas-y.
Juste un commentaire sur la question. C'est sûr que dans une perspective de féminisme des données, c'est pas juste intéressant d'ajouter des nouveaux articles, mais c'est vraiment de passer au niveau 2 puis se donner des outils qui nous permettent de produire des interprétations qui sont intéressantes de la situation pour justement expliciter ou mieux révéler les biais systémiques qui sont à l'œuvre. C'est sûr que d'un point de vue scientifique, déjà de continuer à faire ce constat-là, c'est une chose. Puis la science est en action. Ça, c'est une chose. Maintenant, comment qu'on passe des idées à l'action? Vas-y, Simon.
Oui. Alors, pour te répondre, Miguel, il va falloir cependant que j'enlève mon costume. Alors, elle est là, la réponse, les amis. Sur les projets Wikimedia, on peut intervenir. Et on peut intervenir selon ce qui nous porte, ce qui nous intéresse et les choses où ce qu'on veut agir. On a constaté que sur les projets Wikimedia, c'était de l'ordre de 20 à 22 % de femmes que nous avions. Alors, continuez vos efforts, continuez votre travail, continuez d'intervenir. Ces projets-là sont ouverts, ces projets-là sont modifiables. Alors, have fun.
Okay, thank you so much. We have no other questions. We would have eventually time for a very quick one, or we move on. The temperature has gone up in the room a little bit, huh? Okay, the next presentation is going to be in Spanish. It's going to be about ¿Qué y quiénes están presentes en Wikipedia en español? And no, I don't speak Spanish.
Ahí, ¿cómo pasó las slides? Ah, con aquí. Ah, ok. ¿Hablo aquí o sí? ¿Qué tal? Bueno, muchas gracias. Voy a estar presentando entonces qué y quiénes están presentes en Wikipedia en español, un estudio que intenta explorar patrones de representación de conocimiento en la ESWiki. Bueno, un poco la pregunta es cómo se distribuye el conocimiento local dentro de la ESWiki y la Wikipedia en español. Bueno, el estudio se basa por ahí en investigaciones previas vinculadas a este tema y también en un estudio de la fundación que intentó hacer diferentes aproximaciones para mapear el contenido local. Básicamente en este caso tomamos como dos dimensiones principales. Las biografías que aparecen en este caso identificadas por nacionalidad y por ocupaciones, esto es a las profesiones de las personas, y las entidades territoriales en función de tipos de patrimonio que identificamos asociados a un espacio particular. En este caso, por una cuestión de tiempo, tomé solo el tema de las biografías y nos interesaba por ahí diferenciar, un poco ver cómo está distribuido el conocimiento local entre cada uno de los países, tanto en términos absolutos como en términos relativos a la población. Porque ahí encontramos que, bueno, ahí lo que pueden ver es un poco la cantidad de elementos de Wikidata, la cantidad de artículos en la Wikipedia en español, correspondientes a cada uno de los países, y las cruces y los círculos representan en términos relativos a la población de cada país, y eso permite por ahí tener un panorama algo diferente, porque por ejemplo países como Uruguay, que son países pequeños a nivel poblacional, en este caso si los consideramos en relación a su población, tienen una mayor representación que países como España, Argentina o México, que son los que quizá en términos absolutos concentran la mayor presencia dentro de la ESWiki. Y también podemos ver para toda la serie de los países cómo se distribuye el conocimiento local en cada uno de ellos. Otra cuestión que nos interesaba ver es, bueno, de entre las biografías, qué tipos de biografías son las que están más representadas o más cubiertas. Bueno, y ahí encontramos algo bastante interesante. Las biografías de deportistas son las que aparecen más presentes, en algunos países llegando incluso a superar el 40% del total de biografías de cada país. Y entre la cantidad de deportes que existen, las biografías de futbolistas son la abrumadora mayoría, ¿sí? En segundo lugar, también biografías de políticos, de juristas, de personas que tienen una vida política, vinculada a la política. Y en tercer lugar, artistas, actores o músicos. Bueno, y como pueden ver, en mi caso soy argentino, la presencia del fútbol, el fútbol es algo que nos interesa mucho, al igual que en Uruguay, al igual que en Colombia. Mientras que otros países tienen perfiles algo diferentes. En el caso de Chile y México hay más presencia relativa de políticos, y en países como España encontramos un panorama de mejor cobertura, mayor diversidad también de biografías registradas en la ESWiki. Bueno, y en cuanto a las entidades territoriales, también aquí encontramos diferencias bastante notables entre los países. En el caso de Argentina, por ejemplo, encontramos más elementos y más artículos vinculados a infraestructura, a barrios. En el caso de México, educación y museos. En Colombia, transporte. En Chile, edificios públicos. Bueno, esto dicho muy rápidamente, hay mucha más data que podría referir aquí. En Uruguay, espacios deportivos, y en España también encontramos un panorama más diverso con patrimonio histórico, cultural, arquitectónico. Entonces nos interesaba remarcar que las brechas no son solo, en este caso, cuantitativas, sino también son narrativas. Lo que encontramos en cada lugar es básicamente diferente. Bueno, y como para concluir, nos interesaba este abordaje en términos de que permite transformar por ahí una discusión sobre brechas en un objeto observable, medible, y eso también permite tomar intervenciones en un abordaje también de investigación-acción que contribuyan a una mayor equidad del conocimiento. También nos interesa que esta metodología es muy fácilmente replicable a distintas escalas. Por ejemplo, una de las cuestiones que empezamos a ver es no solo entre países, sino al interior de cada país, entre regiones de un país en particular, y puede aplicarse para una cantidad de temas. Bueno, hasta aquí sería la presentación. Simplemente quería agregar, no sé cómo voy con el tiempo, pero un poco cómo fue que se realizó la investigación. En primer lugar, utilizamos Wikidata Query Service para bueno, hacer las queries. Después esas consultas fueron exportadas y seguimos trabajando con Google Colab, básicamente con librerías de Python, para hacer la agrupación y la visualización de los resultados. Y ahí creamos también en el último año un Wikiproyecto en Wikidata para empezar a compartir estas queries y seguirlas mejorando, porque bueno, como si ya han trabajado con esta herramienta saben que a veces las queries son tienen cierta complejidad en términos de la capacidad de cómputo del sistema y algunas cuestiones más. Así que bueno, muchas gracias.
Hola. Muchas gracias, Agustín, por esta presentación. Personalmente me ha gustado mucho la comparación que has hecho entre diferentes países. ¿Hasta qué punto crees que los grupos de afiliados, y en concreto los capítulos, que son de carácter geográfico y representan estados, pueden jugar un rol en las diferencias que has encontrado entre estos países?
Sí, creo que, bueno, de hecho eso era como una inquietud que aparecía. Y de hecho los países que tienen mayor cobertura, tanto en términos absolutos o en términos relativos, como en el caso de Uruguay, son países que tienen capítulos constituidos, en algunos casos capítulos que están establecidos y tienen una larga data de trabajo. Entonces me parece que también las diferencias un poco reflejan eso, la existencia o no de grupos o de capítulos locales constituidos, así como también las diferentes líneas de trabajo que se han llevado a cabo en cada país que pueden variar.
Hola Agustín, yo soy David de Colombia, muy interesante tu investigación. Quisiera saber, cuando hablas de las brechas narrativas, si de pronto tuviste la oportunidad de ver las brechas de género, si tienes algunos datos o algo que nos puedas contar sobre género. Gracias.
Buenísimo, sí, me parece súper interesante la pregunta porque, como les decía, políticos, deportistas, ¿no? Evidentemente, digamos, conocemos quizá el perfil de género en general, digamos, para la Wikipedia en español, pero hasta ahora no nos hemos puesto a ver en términos de biografías, ¿no? Me parece que es algo muy relevante porque ahí puede haber algunas variaciones, pero es algo que queda como para profundizar. Empecé a sacar algunos datos, pero todavía no los tengo como demasiado decantados como para poder presentar.
Bonjour, pardon, c'est une question en français. C'est un peu le... Je vois que vous avez travaillé sur l'évaluation, enfin, pardon, c'était très intéressant, et vous avez travaillé sur l'évaluation des articles par pays. Est-ce que vous avez pu faire des recherches sur les articles de fond et voir la représentation des personnalités, par exemple, de chaque pays dans les articles de fond? Enfin, c'est un peu... Voilà la question sur le genre, par exemple, si on prend la page du cinéma, on va avoir que des acteurs hommes, enfin que des acteurs et moins d'actrices qui vont être présentées. Est-ce que vous avez ce genre de parallèle? Est-ce que vous avez pu l'étudier sur en fonction des pays? Pardon, c'est pas très clair.
If you can say the question in English, because I don't have the translation here.
Okay, I will not translate. The thing is, you did the comparison for by country. You split by country, but you didn't look. For instance, could you look at the history of cinema in the global history of movies? And there is a break even between the number of actors from Argentina, from Colombia, and see if for these kind of global articles, do you see the same quantities that you saw for the biographies, or is it skewed in some direction or another?
Sí, todavía no he profundizado en eso, pero por ejemplo es interesante que algunas biografías, si uno toma una serie temporal, por ejemplo, aparecen en diferentes momentos. Por ejemplo, muchas biografías de militares o de personas vinculadas a los procesos independentistas aparecen sobre todo en el siglo XIX en muchos países, y por ejemplo futbolistas aparecen recién a mediados del siglo XX. Entonces me parece que también va variando eso a lo largo del tiempo en una serie temporal.
Okay, well, thank you very much. We're going to move to a short break. We're coming back at 4 sharp for the state of Wikimedia research and the research finding that you can use in your life, also known as more baguettes and croissants, at 4 sharp. Thank you. to business. I'm going to seize the opportunity to thank the tech people who make everything happen so smoothly. It's pretty amazing. So thank you guys up there. As for you. And the translators who are very, very impressive. I don't know where they are. They live in the cloud or in a room somewhere, but they're very efficient, very, very good. I'm super impressed. And so now I'm going to pass it on to Leila and Meiko for the state of research, 5 research findings, also known as croissant and baguette.
Okay. Thank you so much, Jerome. Hello, everyone. My name is Leila Zia. I'm head of research at the Wikimedia Foundation, and I am here with
Benjamin Mako Hill at the University of Washington.
And we are here on the second part of State of Research and 5 research findings. As if you were in our conversations yesterday in the research track, this year we have combined 2 of the previous favorites in Wikimania into one session, and we are experimenting with the model of baguette and croissant. Meiko is going to talk with you about state of Wikimedia research. This work happens by looking at the work that has happened in Wikimedia research community from last Wikimania to this Wikimania roughly over the past 12 months. What has the research community done? What are some of the highlights that he and colleagues think that it's important for all of you to be aware of? My focus is more kind of from inside out. I'm head of research at the Wikimedia Foundation. I have a privilege of working with an amazing team that looks at the Wikimedia projects, studies the Wikimedia projects, and I'll be talking with you about some of the insights that are important from this past year of research. And today we're going to talk with you about a couple of those. Thank you. So the focus for today is equity. We have chosen 4 topics to talk with you about, 3 from baguette and 1 from croissant. The baguette is, again, reminder, it's what the Wikimedia research community has done, new approaches to closing content gaps, Wikipedia biography, gender gap, revisited, underrepresented language editions, and finally coming back to croissant, contributor motivations. And with that, I'll pass it to Meiko to kick us off.
I'll use this. Yeah, I think that it's remindable. These will be, each one will be sort of a little bit of a postcard, and I think that we'll have 3 smaller baguettes before a larger croissant at the end. So the first sort of theme in terms of research that we saw this year was I had I'm sort of going to squeeze in sort of double dip, sort of 2 themes. The first sort of topical theme was around, there was a whole bunch of research, and as there has been for quite a long time, about like different approaches or attempts to try to address content gaps. And I think that this paper is also an example of a thing that we have been seeing increasingly often, which is really work from people in our community that are documenting effective case studies of ways in which people have gone about doing that. This particular paper has 10 authors, and they're actually, a number of them are from the University of North Carolina in Chapel Hill, faculty and staff, but a number of other members of this team were members of a community history nonprofit called the Marion Cheek Jackson Center in that area in North Carolina. They're community partners, and but they're co-authors, not subjects. The collaboration was between sort of 3 different entities. The first was a university course at UNC. It was a course in the English department on the rhetorics of data. It was also a collaboration between a research lab that was focused on sort of digital communication, digital literacy and communication. And it was also in a very sort of like deep and meaningful way over 3 years involved in this work with a community nonprofit that is focused on preserving history within the area of North Carolina around the university, which is a historically Black neighborhood, and in particular has been actively engaged in an oral history project called From the Rock Wall. The goal was, like many of these sort of projects that are trying to address content gaps, things that are sort of systematically undercovered in Wikimedia projects, was to document a lot of these projects. So this is history of these neighborhoods and landmarks within the area, and the challenge they have is one that many Wikimedians will be familiar with, which is that due to systematic sort of inequity over centuries, a lot of the material that documents these places exists only in oral histories. And so it's very hard to use these things as sources for building material in, for example, Wikipedia articles. They built this work is very qualitative and case study based, and it's hard to kind of squeeze into a postcard like this because it is really just an in-depth description of sort of what they did. But in a very quick way, what they did was they built a collaboration that involved the community in their area picking sites, students at the university researching and drafting things. The nonprofit organization would then use oral histories that they'd created as sources to create secondary sources, which would then be published. So they actually did the thing that we sometimes, I don't know, I've seen this in Wikipedia conversations, they say, this seems great, but you really should find a way of putting it in a secondary source so that we can cite it. And they did this. They worked with the nonprofit to publish sets of secondary sources that then quoted and described the content of the oral histories. And then they went back and revised their articles and published them on Wikipedia. They then worked with this lab to provide long-term stewardship of this over time. And so I think that the key feature here is that while Wikipedia won't accept very often oral history as a source, because it's a primary source, the website was able to do this, and they were able to build this longer-term collaboration. And the result was all the articles got written, and they all seemed to be standing, and they surfaced a set of sort of structural problems as well. I think that this kind of research, and this study in particular, is an example, it provides a model that other communities can copy. This kind of partnerships between organizations that involves working around these problems to create secondary sources. The long-term stewardship is really great as well, and I think that the model of community members and authors was useful as well. So that's the first postcard. All right. So the second theme is something that I think, I've been doing this versions of this presentation for many years, and I would say sort of studies that document the gender gap in biographies is probably one of the oldest findings in Wikimedia research, and has also been the subject of lots of intense organizing within our community. Things like Women in Red or Wikiproject's Women Scientists for English Wikipedia. This paper is unusual and there have been lots of academic research on this as well. This paper is unusual in two ways. The first is that it's published in a really excellent sort of science journal, the Proceedings of the Royal Society, by two authors at the University of Nevada in Reno, and it was published just a couple months ago. And the second reason it's interesting is because of what they found, and we'll get to that in one second. What they did was they did a census. So this is not a sample. They got a documentation of every single person who was a tenured or tenure-track academic in biology at a major research university in the United States. There are 6,000 of them, apparently. They then did a manual search in English Wikipedia for every single one of them. When they found them, if they found them, they created a whole bunch of measures related to when it was created, how big it was, who created it, so on and so forth. And then they collected lots of information about the faculty in question. What they found was that as I think has been repeated over and over again, earlier on, at the earliest part of their window, 2014 to 16, men were in fact more likely than women to have articles from within this sample. But in 2017 to 2021, the gap became not statistically significant. That's what the NS stands for. And that since 2022, within this sample, women were more likely than men to have articles in Wikipedia. And in fact, their articles tended to be better, longer, along most of these metrics as well. Controlling for seniority, university quality productivity, women's bios were more common, longer, and higher quality. And they also tended to be equally read and equally edited. So congratulations, everybody. And the reason why is obvious. It's because people took this seriously and worked on it. That organized campaigns account for a majority of the recent women's biography creation in this field. Something 78 of the 163 biographies of women that were created since 2015, 78 were by Women in Red affiliated editors, 16 were by Wikiproject women scientists, although there was a lot of overlap, and 13 of them were by students in WikiEd classes. So it was like this active outreach and active effort by the community is the thing that sort of like moved the needle. And you can see the orange line here is just the proportion of women's biographies. You can see it going up, and the dashed red line captures the number of those that are from these sort of intensive campaigns to address exactly this issue. I think there's two important disclaimers. One is that this is one study of one relatively gender-balanced discipline in one context, American research universities, in English Wikipedia, that in the same last year, similar studies of economists, looking at the economists, and physicists found that the gap persists. But I think that it is, and they also found that the evidence that the bar for inclusion also flipped within this as well, in the sense that the women whose biographies, they tended to be like at somewhat less prestigious universities or have fewer citations to their articles, these things as well, a thing to keep in mind. But I think the main takeaway is that the campaigns work. This is the cleanest evidence that I've seen that these sorts of organizing editing can really change a discipline's coverage. And I think it's an effort not just for continuing that work, but expanding it to other spaces. Okay. For the third and final theme, well, again, I'm going to try to squeeze in two themes. The first theme was something which, I don't know, when I first started doing this, it was just almost every study was just about English Wikipedia or maybe French Wikipedia or German Wikipedia. Increasingly often, there's tons and tons of work on all of the other language Wikipedia editions. This is, I think, one of the first studies I know where they studied every Wikipedia edition except English. So that's pretty cool. And it's maybe an extreme example, but it's definitely a theme. It's also definitely the most common thing that you see in terms of research being published about Wikipedia is research that uses Wikipedia as a data source. And this is an example of that as well. I think every year the most common theme is that researchers, often in computer science and in natural language processing, because they're really interested in lots of text, have used Wikipedia as a source of data. And it's hard to overstate just how important Wikimedia content is to computing and to natural language processing. It is treated as the gold standard for many things in most languages. It's actually so important that when people are training large language models, they're increasingly excluding Wikipedia from the training because they want to use it as the ground truth data to evaluate it later. Or to help shape it later. And in this paper, published at maybe the top venue in computational linguistics, earlier this month, I think, 13 authors from KU Leuven in Belgium asked a sort of impolite question, which is Wikipedia in all these languages, should it really be treated as the gold standard? And what would happen if you were to run Wikipedia through all the same junk filters that we use on all of the different random web pages that we collect for data, and in all these different languages? So the first thing we did was that they identified, they used this, there's been some work in NLP that identifies essentially whether and to what degree different languages are sort of under-resourced, right, or underrepresented, as people like to describe it. They took every non-English Wikipedia article, so something like 65 million articles, and they just ran it through these standard junk filters that these sorts of scientists use for web scraping. The main things that they were looking for was wrong script detection. So basically, like, if you say that this article is in, Amharic, is it in Amharic? And very often, in many language Wikipedias, it's not. They also then looked for exact duplicates across articles, because if you have two articles that have exactly the same content, that's thing you might want to look at. And then they looked for near duplicates as well. And then they ranked articles into 4 tiers, basically on how well this works. And then they looked at the impact of this on taking this into account on these sort of AI models. So they sort of ranked it, they essentially trained a set of different models using the data that was either raw, treating it as the gold standard, or sort of filtered. They'd sort of removed the quote unquote junk and looked at how it performed. I'll give you the headline findings from this. The top panel sort of counts characters or middle counts. Basically, every bar here is one language edition, sorted by how much sort of survives. And then there's these like different filters that I talked about, the script filter, the exact duplicates, and the near duplicates. The headline finding was that across all non-English editions, something like a third, about 30% of documents, and about 11% of characters got removed as what was basically junk. Like it wasn't valid data, or it was just duplicates. In many editions, more than half of the documents failed. It tended to hit, the script filter tended to hit sort of historic or small languages like Cree or Gothic, just lots and lots of English in them as well, right? Or just like text from other language editions. The exact duplicates, they peaked in Yoruba, which had, where they had like some enormous number of pages were just placeholder pages with a single word, the same word over and over and over again in all the, literally one word. The near duplicates hit hard in a lot of these languages like Cebuano, which are mostly bot created, so very few humans have been involved in them, so it really is like templates where you've just changed a few words in lots of these articles. But what they found, and this is sort of the finding. Every edition sort of plotted by sort of fraction of articles or fraction of characters. So you can see that they're pretty related, and it sort of goes up here. And they sort of classify them into 4 tiers. The tier 1 is in blue. That's kind of like the best tier in the sense that they applied the junk filter and basically everything was still there. The bottom is tier 4, where they applied the junk filter and basically like most things were gone. But what's interesting is this sort of matrix over here, because the vertical axis captures the resourceness of the language. So winners are languages like German or like Japanese, which is like almost like over-resourced. There's so much text in Japanese, right? Like there's so much like materials, lots of like linguistic tools available for it. And at the bottom, these like poorly resourced languages, like underrepresented languages, these left behinds or these scraping bys, are things like like the languages that really struggle to find printed sources and things like this. But what they found was that 113 of the world's least resourced languages have tier 1 Wikipedias. These are small, dedicated communities that are producing clean, real encyclopedias, where almost all the content is great and almost all the content is unique. And it's like half the group. That's most of it. They showed the impact of very quickly. I'll just point to you don't have to try to parse through everything here. The impact on AI models very quickly was big. On the left panel, sort of points above that line, if you look on the left, mean the filtered version worked better on the benchmark. And what they found was that was despite throwing away 80% of the data. They found that the models were better with the junk removed. Cebuano was the most extreme. Removing 4/5 of the edition caused the model trained on the data to actually improve 12 percentage points better. Filtering almost never hurt, and it helps exactly most where the most was removed. And the punchline, and this is maybe more for NLP people, is that removed content that was adding very little to the NLP model performance. What looked like 65 million of training data, 65 million articles of training data, was for many languages much, much less. And the models that those communities depend on for often like sort of bot filler text was kind of dead weight in that particular context. Now, again, there's a very important caveat, which is quality in this paper means usability as training data. It's not a judgment about what readers will find valuable, and it's very possible, and I think likely, that readers may find in some situations bot-generated content very useful. But there are lots of implications for AI, like in terms of AI. what models ingest from small Wikipedias varies enormously, and I think that at least in some cases they're inheriting sort of those communities, if they're relying on these models, which are relying on these as data sets, some of these sort of bot-generated or lots of placeholder-based materials, they're actually getting worse language models because these these data are used this way. And this provides, this technique even, just as a technique, will mean that these communities can get better language technology as a result. So even if you just it's just good news to hear this. The flip side is, I think, a genuine compliment to the people at this conference and in this room, which is that the strongest predictor of high quality isn't size, it's human care. And that 113 of our lowest resources languages have top tier Wikipedias because small communities have spent a lot of time curating them. So that's that. And I'll hand it back over to Croissant.
Thanks so much. Thank you so much, Meiko. As Meiko said at the start, this is going to be one big croissant. I'm condensing 6 months of hard research from a multidisciplinary group of researchers and analysts that work together. It's kind of fresh off the press, so bear with me. Isaac Johnson, senior research scientist at the Wikimedia Foundation, brought together a group of researchers, UX researchers, survey specialists, research scientists, and also analysts together, Tanya Andich, Daisy Chen, Anbar Jayadi, and Galen Welt contributed in different ways to what I'm about to talk with you about today. And I'm going to primarily focus on contributor motivation as a means for increasing equity on the projects and as a means for making sure that everyone who joins the projects can feel motivated and has a purpose for contributing to the project. So what is the problem that we're trying to solve, and what is really the opportunity here? The problem is that many new account holders don't edit. And from the newcomers who don't edit, many of them don't come back. And the statistic is actually quite dire and creates a low-hanging fruit situation for us in a lot of ways here. 94%, roughly 94% of first-time editors don't return to make a second edit. Again, like, this is shocking perhaps, but also it creates a situation in which maybe we can do a lot of things to help these people to come back. They have already gone beyond understanding, got to Wikipedia, they understood that they can edit, they created an account, they made that one edit, and they're not coming back, a lot of them. So let's do something about that. We at the Wikimedia Foundation have what is called a contributors strategy that is written by Sonia Perry, who is in the room. If you want to talk about the contributor strategy with Sonia, please do that. I highly recommend that if you have not checked it out and if you're curious about what the foundation does to improve the contributors' work in the coming years, please read it. One key question that from the research perspective we focused on was to support Sonia and the teams that are working with her to answer the question of what are the key moments within the contributor journey or journeys that we need to get right, and what outcomes do we need to seek in order to encourage people to contribute to the projects. There are, as I mentioned, there are multiple disciplines of research and analysis coming together, and there's a lot happening here. Unlike the other presentations that I don't do an unpacking of what happens in every area because we don't have time for it, but just for you to have a flavor and sense of what are the different components. So there's like one method from the UX research field around continuous research. So we did 1 hour interviews with 11 very fresh English Wikipedia newcomers, along with a follow-up after around 4 weeks. So this gives us a chance to not have only one snapshot, but to have multiple. Community Insights, which is a survey many of you may have participated in, a global survey of active editor newcomers joined in 2024 or later and had at least 10 edits and a median of 280. Affiliate mobile onboarding. This is interviews with several of the ECA app organizers about the challenges around mobile onboarding for mobile-first newcomers. Exit the editor survey. This is a survey of editors, simple survey of editors with less than 100 edits on English Wikipedia who exited the mobile editor without publishing an edit. Small-scale qualitative coding of the feedback received by fresh newcomers on English Wikipedia, what kind of feedback editors have received as they try to interact with the project. And a series of miscellaneous past and current research was taken into account to come to these conclusions. So there are 8 learnings from this project. I'm going to share at least a few of them with you now. One is that editing starts with reading, and personal work lists are very helpful for newcomers. Often editors come with a purpose to the site, and once they make that one purpose happen, they run out of tasks and things to do. But also what we see happening is that as editors read, they start gathering, or they want to start gathering lists of things that they want to do later. So there's an opportunity for offering work lists, to editors for being able to take an action on. The other learning is that many newcomers receive no acknowledgement of their work at all, and this creates uncertainty for them. Many of us know about studies from the past that shows newcomers get bitten by old-timers, or they receive compliments through the thanks feature. But many of the interactions that newcomers do on the projects does not result in anything. Sometimes, for example, if they edit an article, they don't get automatically added to the watch list, right? So there's no opportunity actually for interaction. And that creates a lot of uncertainty because they don't receive any signal from the system. Are they on the right track? Are they not on the right track? The other thing we learned is the importance of specificity in supporting editors to progress and in personalization. Editors generally enter with a very specific goal, but then they're often curious and open to explore. At least the newcomers are. And the newcomer's task on the current newcomer homepage is too high level. We give them options for example, filtering by topics, but I often come to do something very specific, and the topical filtering is not sufficient. And this is one of the learnings that we need to be able to offer more granular ways of personalization for editors. Mentorship remains a missed opportunity. I'm not going to go into the details of that. We can talk about it outside of this session. We should encourage new editors to edit niche topics. This is, again, something that is maybe not so counterintuitive for many of you who have organized editathons before, but basically, if you're not on a hot topic, you're less likely to get on the workflows of editors. You see your contributions as kind of potentially being more meaningful or impactful, particularly if the content doesn't exist. You can make significant changes in it. There are a variety of reasons that it's kind of a quieter space where you can learn and edit without having a lot of kind of escalatory feedback effectively for yourself. They generally appreciate us keeping the vibes human. There are a lot of different ways that they talk about this, like not pushing too much, like the push algorithmic way that many platforms do is something that they appreciate that we're not doing, that we let them more pull and just do the filtering on their end. They appreciate that the site does not act like the big social media platforms, but they are also seeking that social and human component of the work in their interactions. Mimicry is important. They have to see role models, or they have to see how other editors are doing the work, and they actually learn from the work of the other editors. And free time remains a barrier for contribution. And on our end, it is important to think about how can we reduce the barriers for contributors so that when they have the time to spend on the projects, it takes minimum amount of time for them to get to the point of editing, so that they don't get stuck on, what was my username? How can I log in? Like, should I create a new account again? And other examples. I think the main takeaway that I want to say with this community is that, I've been in this community for more than 12 years, I know there's a lot of criticism for the kind of work that happens inside the foundation, outside of the foundation, but I think this is the moment that I want to encourage us all to put everything that we can behind the work that the foundation is doing on the contributor motivations. Because the product teams are very intentional in this space, they do thoughtful work, and I can tell you, we in the research team are giving what we can to the product teams in this space. So my ask to you is to support the work of the product teams in this space, familiarize yourself with the newcomer dashboard and the work that is happening there. There's exciting work ahead. And yeah, please check out their work on MediaWiki contributors page, and also the Research Fabricator. We're going to post some of the more detailed updates of what I just talked with you about, many pages of reports that you can dig in more. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Leila and Mako. Unfortunately, we don't have time for questions, so I encourage you to chase them if you want to follow up. We're going to have our remote presentation of the day now. We have one per day, and the speaker is going to be online so that you could ask questions. So normally, perfect.
Everyone, this is Ankon Dostider.
response. So
We're not seeing any
we're not
response?
seeing any response.
Not for now?
My
Well-
personal guess is that he, like so many other researchers, is writing far too long a reply, but who knows?
Okay, your question is gone in the cloud somewhere and may return with an answer at some point.
Yeah, we'll get back when we hear.
Okay, so then we're going to move to the next presentation, From Wikipedia to AI Answers, Gender Gaps in the Knowledge Pipeline.
I can briefly give the answer before that.
Very fast then.
Yes, that's a great question. I'm working on that part of the work.
Good to go? Okay. Hello, everybody. Thank you for having me. My name is Patrick Gildersleeve. I'm a lecturer at the University of Exeter, and this is a project I have with some colleagues at University of North Carolina in the US, looking at gender biases, gender gaps on Wikipedia and in AI search systems. Is this going to work? Yes. Okay, so the main issue that we're dealing with, we have lots of documented issues of gender gaps and bias on Wikipedia. And these AI systems rely on Wikipedia, but also exhibit their own gender biases. We want to think about how Wikipedia and these AI search systems compare. And with AI search, I'm mainly referring to these AI search overviews that you get with Google and Perplexity and such. We have a lovely search for Layla Zir over here. Clearly you. And how they may be surfacing different kinds of sources, different kinds of links, different kinds of references to what Wikipedia might be. We think about their coverage and their referencing practices, and then also think about how much these search systems actually rely on Wikipedia and content from Wikipedia. Now, these AI search systems have had lots of documented issues, for example, questionable dietary advice, and, leaning into certain conspiracies. I would say, as a whole, these AI search overviews, even in comparison to other AI systems, can produce some real crap. And it's a sort of right place for research, I guess. So the setup of this session is a sort of 5+5. The +5 activity here is for you to go on Google or Perplexity and search for a borderline notable person. Maybe it's someone in the room. Maybe it's someone you've edited on before on Wikipedia. If you can view the AI overview or make it forced to search using AI mode, that would be very helpful. And review the response. Think about how it compares to Wikipedia and what you would change. Is it better, on par, good enough, or worse? And think specifically about the references there as well. I'll give you maybe a minute to do this, and I'll ask for a few hands up responses as we go. So, 1 minute. Borderline notable person, someone that may not have a Wikipedia page or may have a small Wikipedia page, maybe. Oops. Thankfully, France actually blocked these AI overviews up until Wednesday, so this demo wasn't going to work if I did it on Wednesday. But now they are available in France. You can force AI mode, I think. We've got a good response here, have we? Okay, what interesting things have we seen? Is that would we say the responses you have are better than Wikipedia? Is a copy of Wikipedia, okay. On par with Wikipedia, so I guess a copy is on par. Good enough, but worse than Wikipedia. Anyone? Yeah. Okay, but real mistakes as well. I'm going to ask some of these specific things in a second. And do we have any bad responses? Yes. Okay, yeah, please.
Yeah, so I tried to search my university professor who taught me and whose name contains a substring which sounds like devil.
Okay.
And AI overview says that my emotional expression probably has something to do with my coursework. And if I need help with my coursework, explains the problem.
Okay, so it completely misses the point.
He did mention the professor, though, that he is a professor, but he said probably you have difficulties with him.
Okay, fair enough. And we have some errors over here as well. Is that right? Do you mind sharing?
It's just a person that... The person I Googled, who is sitting right beside me, is an author and is an editor of a literary magazine, but the AI overview mentioned the wrong literary magazine.
Okay, okay, so we're seeing various errors. Yeah, errors, yeah. Okay.
I'd say the AI overview is better.
Better, right, okay.
It's as accurate as the Wikipedia article, but it's more up to date.
Interesting, okay. Maybe we'll chat later about why things, do you know why things might be more up to date there? Or it's just...
Because the Wikipedia article was written.
Is that it? Yeah.
Because the Wikipedia article was written 15 years ago and hasn't been updated as much.
Okay, okay.
Other parts of the web has more up-to-date information.
Okay, so it's able to extract more from more recent sources, more up-to-date sources, maybe some sources which aren't really allowed on Wikipedia as well. Right, yeah. Okay, I think I'm going to move on.
Just some more errors.
One more here, sure, yeah.
I read on, and it's giving the titles of the books my husband wrote, and it's just totally invented titles mostly. One is correct, but the others are just fully invented titles.
Okay.
It is in English, but the titles of the books are in German. Yeah, the original is also in German, but yeah.
Okay, interesting. Great. So as we see, we have sort of questionable quality, reliability here. And we've sort of had some conversations already in the conference about Wikipedia being disintermediated. Viewers are accessing Wikipedia by not going onto Wikipedia. But we sort of hope that when Wikipedia information is accessed, it's still of high quality. And I'd almost say that in certain cases, Wikipedia's reputation and logo and sourcing is being laundered by these AI overview systems. They are sort of cheaper, faster models than what you'd get if you were using dedicated ChatGPT and such. Okay, so on to our study. So what we did was we looked at human subjects of English articles for deletion discussions over a 6-month period. You guys know what articles for deletion discussions are. And we wanted to, and we found over 4,000 articles with a split much more heavily favoring men. Although I'd also say that we should pay attention to the sample because far more of these men's articles are deleted often quickly and are frankly low quality, not notable. So let's pay attention to that later. We query Google Gemini and Perplexity for who is X person. And we analyze their responses for their coverage, how much they say about the person. How they use the references and what references they use. Using the perennial, we analyze this using the Wikipedia perennial sources list and media bias fact-checked ratings, and then look at AI's reliance on Wikipedia as well, how it cites Wikipedia and how it uses direct text. So on coverage and referencing, AI search is much higher coverage than Wikipedia. It gives you a response about the person much more often. This is because Wikipedia has notability standards and not everyone is included, but AI search will surface this information regardless. We find that overall, the AI referencing behavior is less rigorous than Wikipedia. It uses references less frequently, uses a less wide array of references as well. And on Wikipedia, these AFD subjects, the referencing behavior is actually more rigorous for women versus men. It seems like this is required in order for them to survive the AFD process, with a positive but less pronounced difference for AI systems. Okay, reference quality. AI search overall uses lower quality references by most of our measures. I got baguettes pointing those out. And AI search reference quality is worse for women versus men across most of our measures as well. No source ideological gaps that we see. In terms of Wikipedia reliance, we find that Wikipedia is the top cited source with more than half of both engines' responses referencing Wikipedia itself. And AI relies on direct text from Wikipedia. Don't pay attention too much to the exact numbers here. This is quite a coarse measure. But with Google, Google Gemini uses text from Wikipedia as much as the best alternative cited source, and Perplexity uses text from Wikipedia more than the best alternative cited source, and certainly much more than the average other source. No observed gender differences here. And in terms of coverage, what are we talking about here? So Wikipedia presence is actually associated with greater AI coverage and more rigorous referencing and more left-leaning but not consistently better sources. So having a Wikipedia article leads to better AI search. Maybe not leads to, is associated with better AI search responses. But there are differences by gender here as well. So women without a Wikipedia article are slightly more likely than men to receive coverage by the AI. And women with a Wikipedia article have more rigorous referencing practices on Perplexity. And women without a Wikipedia article have lower quality references in the AI search responses, which I think is quite important. So, conclusions. These AI search responses are disintermediating readers with lower quality responses. They disfavor women more in AI search, and they have women with Wikipedia articles have better outcomes in AI search. Sampling is difficult here. We'd like to do some more thought about it, and really think about the causal links between Wikipedia and AI search outcomes. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We unfortunately don't have time for questions, so you'll have to chase Patrick also if you want to ask more questions. We're going to move to the next presentation. The edit button nobody clicks. You're here.
Is it already there? And how am I gonna, where's the, or is it this?
Use this to pass through slides, you see. Click here,
this?
It's going to go on the next slide.
Okay. Hi everyone. So my name is Jota Levizu. I'm an academic based at King's College London. Basically, this is partly research, partly a provocation that stemmed from discussions with several Wikimedians, the Wikimedia Foundation, and Wikimedia UK. I have long-standing research on Wikipedia, which I'm not going to present today, but it's all in this book that was published earlier this year. Today, I'm going to kind of try to link this emerging research on motivation and creators, and try to link it to digital culture, which is something that is my field. And I've been also delving around this. So I have a tendency to walk a lot when I talk, so I'm just going to try to stick to here while I'm looking here. So I'm not going to repeat too much of this. That's quite common knowledge within this community. Definitely, there's so active editors declining, challenges around the motivations and retaining editors, but also the generational gaps and new trends on Gen Z and Gen Alpha communities and how we can entice them. At the time that I wrote the abstract, I was having this discussion with Daria from Wikimedia UK and Ziski from the foundation, and they pointed to the Wikimedia Foundation's future research of future audience campaign and research. And I wasn't aware that the foundation's social media teams were also doing a campaign around the same topic about engaging the creator generations and trying to see how different trends might feature. So viewers, within some findings from this campaign, I'm not going to go through details, it's not my research, but that's the kind of like the background of what motivated me to start researching this topic, is that you know, there's an increasing outreach and influence of the videos that sort of reach a large number of young people through social media channels. However, there's certain issues around this, that the team was inviting community members who are already creating content on these channels to participate. There are several other initiatives like Wikiplus Video, inviting readers to add curated videos to sections, and the recent campaign that I don't know if some of you were in the presentation yesterday morning, that had a huge outreach and influence. So there's also other ideas about videos as a legitimate technical source. Part of my research is to explore the different genres of encyclopedias across the last 20 plus years, but also look at the different modalities and the different community cultures and the different contributory epistemologies, if you like. That was the idea behind this, and also what is the impact of AI or AI-generated video, and how the community might react to this. So one of the questions that have been emerging is whether there is a creativity deficit or a modality deficit within Wiki in general, and whether there is something to include more video, and as I said, and also to invite new generations to participate through this modality. So there is a recent study, and many others, that has been cited a lot in digital participatory culture research, which sheds light to the collective identity built through memes, short video, remix. And there's a similar to Wikipedia's distributed authorship logic. But there's some actual tensions here. So platform dependencies, this is something that we need to problematize, and critical internet researchers like me kind of like look at these closed formats. That's something that the community is resisting, and commercial AI alignments. So these are legitimate objections, but the search for authenticity and motivating future generations, it's something that could be perhaps addressed through participatory video formats, through mentoring and different sorts of alignments. And also looking at the motivational drivers, the cross-sharing, and the practicing of information sensibility. So there's a lot of background research. If you look at the slides on the link, there's a lot of the research. There is a model that, so ways forward, is there a scope? I'm finishing with a couple of questions that would open up the discussion. And is there a scope to research and nurture what might we call participatory knowledge creators, or creator-mediated public knowledge? So open questions for the movement and the research community, foundation and otherwise. Does video consumption ever convert to editorialship? And if not, why not? What would a participatory video onboarding pipeline for Wikipedia actually look like? As video becomes a legitimate primary source for AI, like Wikivideo, how does neutrality translate for a medium that is built for virality? So these are the questions, provocations I want to open the floor to. As I say, this is oops, sorry, I forgot to. You didn't tell me that I wasn't clicking on the...
No idea.
I was not clicking on this. I was looking at my computer and I forgot to. So ways forward, sorry. Oops.
Okay. Well,
So these are the, yeah.
we heard
Sorry
you
about
very
that.
well, though.
Boy, somebody told me, I wish.
Do we have questions in the room? Over here.
I have a maybe adjacent question, which is I've been really curious about creating videos about policies to better explain them to new contributors. I'm curious if you've looked at all into that.
I didn't. No, the idea for this, yeah, this is something that the foundation is using as an outreach, as an engagement strategy, but there's not really any evidence yet of if this leads to new editors, and even if they do, are they retained? So the idea is to change the modality as well and work on a different type of modality that could feature in Wikipedia. One, it could be educational videos. There's so much in the commons, but it's not really been indexed properly. It's very difficult to find. There's so many different streams, which my slides would have shown if I was clicking the right thing. I can go back. But these are, all of these ones have different epistemologies, I guess, and different tensions surrounding. However, the issue of multimodality in Wikipedia is something that is being discussed quite a lot, you know, in terms of like representation and representational gaps as well. And I don't know what other people might think about these aspects. Mm-hmm. Is there a way that there would be a crossover? I think that's what the social media influencers campaign is trying to create avenues for cross-content collaborations, for featuring, but beyond reaching out to other generations, the idea is like, how would these people feel about being featured through different modality on Wikipedia?
So we have one little comment over here.
Okay,
Quick.
well, this to me just reflects an issue, you know, when you say the word video, it reflects an ongoing issue that we've had for years, which as well to some of us as Andrew Lee.
Mm-hmm.
If you find him around here, but I'll just say something.
I've been talking to Andrew Lee for years, yes.
Yes, but so you know what he's going to say, but I'll repeat what he said last year at Nairobi. He used to do a little session on video at every Wikimania. He says now the foundation, they might as well call themselves the Wikitextia Foundation for as much, and this is a consequence of this, and the community isn't off of the hook here either of this non-focus, I would even say aversion to video within the projects.
There are quite a few elements.
I'm sorry, I have to cut because
Okay.
we really need to move on. I really
Okay,
apologize,
sure.
but we're going to get kicked out of the room otherwise. Thank you so much. And so the last presentation of the day is very boldly titled Beyond Neutrality.
Sorry, how does this work? Okay. Hi, thank you for being here today. My name is Sabrina McGregor, and I'm a PhD student at the Institut National de la Recherche Scientifique in Montreal, Quebec, Canada. And today I'm speaking on behalf of our research team and my doctorate teacher, who's somewhere in the back, Nathalie Casmajar. Oh, thank you. Yeah, and our talk is called Beyond Neutrality and or How Editorial Protocols Shape Cultural Knowledge on French Wikipedia. Our broader project asks how Wikipedia deals with many cultural viewpoints, from the rules that define what counts as valid content to the ways contributors use, debate, and contest those rules in practice, and to the political and ideological ideas that different communities bring into that process. So today we'll be focusing on one part of the larger project, the disputes themselves, and what they reveal about cultural diversity on French Wikipedia. So there's three main concepts that guide our work. First, situated knowledge means knowledge is not neutral or universal. It is shaped by culture, it is shaped by where you stand and your community, and it's shaped by the tools that are available to you to share it. What we mean by protocols is all the formal rules that decide what counts as valid encyclopedic content on Wikipedia. And cultural pluralization means the process through which different groups bring more than one view of knowledge into a shared space, which on Wikipedia plays out across languages, regions, and culture. So briefly, here is where this all fits into our larger project. We have, in the past, already mapped our corpus of 78 disputes across 62 articles, and we showed where the tensions clustered, mainly around Quebec, Indigenous people, and Canadian francophonie. And what I'm sharing today is building on that previous work that has been done over the past 2 to 3 years. What we're presenting today are early findings, still in progress, on two new points, which are why these disputes happen and how they are resolved. We coded our corpus into 6 categories. First, language norms within the francophonie lead at least 36%, followed by legitimacy gaps at 20%. Ethnocultural categorization, epistemic authority, narrative pluralism, and linguistic boundaries make up the rest. Taking together, these 6 categories show that pluralization is not one single problem, but it's more a set of distinct and recurring tensions. There's 2 things that help predict what tensions may appear. First, the topic of the articles. We found that articles about organization tend to lead to legitimacy gaps. Biographies tend to lead to disputes over epistemic authority, and articles about culture and leisure often lead to language norm disputes. Secondly, the way the dispute is framed. Terminology debates are almost always linked to language norms, whereas notability debates are almost always linked to legitimacy and epistemic authority. And lastly, classification debates are almost always linked to ethnocultural categorization. Lately, we found that if we look at notability debates alone, we have 16 cases, then 89.5% of them link back to legitimacy gaps or epistemic authority. So what may look like a simple rule-based question, like does this topic meet our bar, is this worthy of an encyclopedia, is in practice a place where cultural legitimacy is being contested. Our second recent finding concerned the outcomes of the disputes. Disputes about language settle quickly into a stable status quo at about 82% of the time. But disputes about identity and memory behave differently. We found that narrative and memorial pluralism end in the status quo only half of the time and stay unresolved in 12.5% of cases, the highest rate in our corpus so far. So we found that governance does not treat all cultural tension in the same way. We also started looking into which protocols are invoked and how. Firstly, the principle of least astonishment is often named directly by contributors, 68% of the time, which suggests that it is actively debated. Internationalization, by contrast, is almost always used implicitly, 86% of the time, which means it shaped decision quietly without being named or debated directly by the contributors within the disputes. So 3 things stand out so far in our research. First, these tensions gather into clear recurring patterns. Then there's also formal categories like terminology, notability, that are not neutral, and this is the spaces where these tensions come into view. And lastly, we're finding that governance systems resolve some tensions more easily than others, and they have more trouble with identity and memory. And so where we go from here, next we want to look more closely at how protocols are openly debated versus quietly taken for granted within the disputes, and what that means for the articles. If you want to learn more about the research, you can scan the QR code to get to our MetaWiki project page on the research. Thank you.
Okay, so we have one question over there.
Hey, so I have a purely clarifying question. Would you mind, for those 6 categories, kind of giving us an example or something that it's like? It doesn't have to be a specific one, but just trying to tease out, like, that. Yes.
These ones?
Yes.
Sorry, I can't really read from. So linguistic norms within the francophonie would be, for example, the title of an article could be debated depending of where you are in the French-speaking world. So there's a lot of debate around terminology in that sense. Epistemic authority in minority contexts, I feel like is pretty straightforward. So we've been finding there's an imbalance of point of view in how the articles are either named or constructed or even either deleted or even present in the encyclopedia. Legitimacy asymmetries with the francophonie, we found that within the global francophonie community, for example, in Canada, we have different French-speaking community outside of Quebec, and there's been a lot of debates about in between those communities and whether it's about the title of the articles or the notability of an article. Let's say there's one about the Akkadian architecture, and there's been a debate about whether that is actually a thing that exists or not, and whether the article should be named Architecture in Acadie or Akkadian Architecture. Ethnocultural and national categorization would be, for example, is Céline Dion Québécoise or is she Canadian? That's a huge thing. There's many of those. Linguistic boundaries would be, for example, the feminization of professional titles. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know if that, yeah.
Ok, merci. Moi, je vais m'exprimer en français. Peut-être quelqu'un va traduire pour les autres. C'est juste pour vous aider dans vos explications sur les articles qui peuvent amener à des problèmes. Par exemple, il y a les règles de Wikipédia qui disent que quelqu'un qui est nommé à l'élection législative des députés, par exemple, sont automatiquement, en quelque sorte, éligibles sur Wikipédia en français. Après, il y a des communautés, par exemple, dans notre pays, quand il y a eu l'élection législative et que des députés ont été élus, quand on voulait créer des articles sur ces personnes-là et qu'il n'y avait pas suffisamment de références, il y a eu tout un grand débat, il faut les supprimer ou les garder. Donc, ce qui nous avait aidé au final, ils avaient dit, oui, il y avait des députés en Suisse qui étaient dans des cantons où il y a 40 personnes ou 50 personnes, ils ont leur Wikipédia. Alors pourquoi ceux qui sont de la Guinée ne doivent pas avoir leur Wikipédia? Donc c'est quelque chose qui a créé un débat. Je suis sûr, si c'était nous seulement qui devions défendre ces articles, ça n'allait pas passer. Il fallait que quelqu'un, d'ailleurs, vienne nous aider à défendre ce qui a été la règle pour les autres, qui ne pouvait pas être la règle chez nous. C'est la même chose sur les routes nationales dans certains pays africains. Quand vous voulez créer des articles sur des routes nationales, il n'y a pas suffisamment de références, ils sont supprimés. Mais si c'est créé par des administrateurs ou des contributeurs venus d'ailleurs, dans d'autres pays, par exemple comme le Cameroun, ou un pays proche là-bas, toutes les routes nationales ont été créées par quelqu'un et qu'il n'y a aucune référence depuis 2016. Mais nous voulons faire la même chose en 2026, on ne peut pas le faire. Donc, c'est des choses qui peuvent arriver. Je suis parfaitement d'accord avec vos enquêtes. Merci.
Did people get a translation of that? You did not. Okay. So very quickly, trying to summarize that. So there is a rule on French Wikipedia that basically says that any member of parliament is entitled to have a page, but this was much more difficult to achieve in this user context, which I believe you come from Guinea, right? I think that's right. And so it was more difficult for him, so you had some kind of a legitimacy conflict, and basically the argument for him was to bring in the fact that in Switzerland, any parliament member or deputy from a small canton that has very, very little base of voters has a Wikipedia page. So that was the argument that basically allowed for more coverage. And the rest was an extension of that argument. So he basically agrees with everything you're saying.
I don't know if there was time for me to answer. There's not much to say. I completely agree with him as well. It's a problem that we've been seeing and studying as well in our corpus.
Okay. Well, we're going to need to close for the day. Thank you so much. I'm going to thank all the speakers again. Tech people also up there. They really rock. And translation again, they rock too. We're going to get kicked out of the room because there is a meetup happening afterwards. Don't forget to come back tomorrow. We're going to talk about reliability. We're going to have an awesome keynote speech about how research can strengthen the Wikimedia movement, more croissants, more baguettes, and more lightning talks. Thank you so much. See you tomorrow.